city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
What if I made you a promise? That in the face of adversity, destruction, I could offer unity, an alliance. Where the purpose of one would be the power of many. Wielding every strength of the collective towards a unified vision and constructing a future. Where your every action fuels our momentum. And that vision becomes reality. Out here, borders and loyalties are dissolved and reshaped. Ambition, arrogance, and aggression collide. But we stand undaunted, our legion unbreakable.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and who here is hyped for Legion? I am. It is May 3rd, YC127. It is Fanfest wrap-up day, and this is the EVE Universe show! How'd that go? Did that go? Hey, it didn't even peg into the red. I feel good about that. How's it going, guys? 07 Amy. 07 to everybody else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is day 2 of the FanFest stream. We did get a lot of new details. I've got lots of things to say, and we've got lots of things to talk about. And I still got some questions. I've still got questions. Not all my questions get answered. We're going to look at everything and more. I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning. I've had 3 cups of coffee so far. I might need to go get myself some more coffee soon. But till then, I was thinking about today. So yesterday, whoops, that's not the right one. Yesterday we had one thing to go over. We had the keynote, and the keynote was like just over about a half an hour, and we ended up covering it for 4 hours. So in essence, so like if I do the math correctly, with the amount of content that there is to go over, you know, we've got the EVE Legion keynote, so we got the EVE Vanguard keynote, the EVE Legion keynote, EVE Legion Stronger Organizations panel if we want to. The new ships panel is going to be a big one. I definitely want to go over that one. The closing ceremony is mostly for the people at FanFest, so we're not really worried about that one. But that means that like art, Vanguard keynote, Legion keynote, and ship panel at the very minimum. So chances are we're going to be here till tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure how this is going to work out. So especially since there's other things that might be put out later involving things like Frontier and other stuff that didn't necessarily get streamed. What I think we're going to do is today I want to prioritize what we talk about in order of things that are kind of the most useful for EVE Online players, to moving towards more niche, right? So today what we're going to do is I want to cover the EVE Legion keynote first, and then we're going to go into the EVE Legion new ship panel, because that's the big one, like answers our EVE Online questions about the next 3 weeks, and so on and so forth. Hopefully everybody got their squall skins. And then when that's done, if we still have time, we'll go for the Vanguard keynote and the Art of EVE keynote, with the understanding that we could always, revisit some of the stuff like the Vanguard stuff and, whatever they happen to have covered about EVE Galaxy Conquest or EVE Frontiers or whatnot on a different day. But we definitely want to go over the EVE Legion keynote and EVE Legion new ship panel, and possibly even the Stronger Organizations panel. There's some good questions and answers in these. Speaking of ships, have you all gotten your Catalyst and Thrasher police skins? Yeah, make sure to get your... Has the Thrasher come out yet? I know that the Catalyst was going on, and hopefully you had to be watching the EVE Online stream, like the CCP stream, in order to get the actual Squall skin. I posted it last night to hopefully give people an opportunity to stream, just at least put their Twitch on. Obviously now it's too late, potentially. Hopefully CCP goes live again in the next little bit, so that way maybe you could still get the Squall. It may be too late to get the Squall. However, the Thrasher just started, and remember, after the Thrasher there'll be the other two, I think. So the Squall didn't happen for you? Yeah, Thrasher is all partners. That was the thing I didn't realize yesterday when we were talking about it. The Thrasher is the police skin are for all of the partners for EVE. But the Squall was only for CCP stream. So this is a good example of why you'd want to be paying attention to our pings on Discord, because that's how you had the stream on both days. That sucks. It needs to be, it's like your open window, your active window, etc. I don't know what to tell you about that, but either way, it might be too late now. It might not be. I got mine. But the point of the matter is that we are going to be going through the streams kind of in order of what might be useful to you guys. So yesterday we did the main keynote. Today we're going to start with the EVE Legion keynote and then the balance one. So let's go ahead and jump into it. One thing I will say ahead of time, that is, yeah, you can always buy it on the market. And now would probably be a really good time to put up a buy order to grab it from the people that are trying to dump theirs that they just got from the thing. So that's a good idea if you didn't actually get it yourself. That's funny that you say you're not going to lose sleep over it, because I was literally recommending people alarm clock to be able to turn on their thing. So people, including myself, lost sleep in order to get it. But either way, the point is, I will say on the onset, my big question from this stream that isn't going to be answered is, during the keynote and like as they first were introducing this expansion, in fact, hold on. Like, if we go back to the Legion trailer, the very beginning of the Legion trailer, like the main thing it's highlighting is this idea of like debris fields, right? And they're talking about how at the end of a big fight, it's supposed to be a gold rush, and they're going to do updates to salvage and all that stuff. I don't think we hear anything about salvaging today at all. That might not be true. As we go through it, we're going to keep an eye out for it. But I was actually, somebody asked me, what is my biggest disappointment from this stream? We got almost nothing for what that means, like what they meant by that new opportunities for salvaging or whatever. For better or worse, it seems to be a major feature, at least being highlighted on that in the video, but I don't remember anything being brought up about it. So let's go ahead and jump into it. The entire expansion's kind of rushed. I disagree. I think that this expansion is going to be hugely impactful. Already, the community, the freelance missions, as a start, is going to. It's the beginning of fundamentally changing the way we think about this game and how content is found and how people interact in a very, very, very good way. People have been asking for an update to the contract system since I first started playing the game, and this is that. I mean, Nico, I understand that there is quite a bit that is still coming in 3 weeks, and honestly, save your comments about how much is going to be impacted until we get to the ship rebalancing thing, because there's at least a couple of updates coming that is going to be very juicy. All right, here we go.
Learn more about the new expansion coming later this May. Please put your hands together for CCP Okami.
That said, I do want to remind everybody, this is a summer expansion. Okay, so theoretically speaking, CCP could go live within the time frame to get the skin. So if you've almost gotten it, then you might be able to still get it today. Also, sometimes CCP, in the past when this has happened, CCP has just gone live for the purposes of giving people an opportunity to grind it. So somebody might want to hit up CCP community devs to see if we can get that to happen. But you say that, David, like, but a lot of this, the rebalance stuff is coming like right now. But shoot, what was I going to say about this? Oh yeah, the one thing to remind you, we talked about this yesterday. This is the summer expansion. Summer expansions are often, for lack of a better word, more administrative. You know, winter expansions are the more expansive, groundbreaking, new thing kind of expansion. So, you know, if you remember, Viridian was much more administrative than, say, Uprising, which was a revamp of faction warfare. Likewise, Equinox was less like revolutionary and more the foundations that would then become revolutionary in Revenant. I know a lot of people think about them as Equinox changes, but remember, the Equinox changes didn't actually go live until Revenant, right? I mean, they did go live, but like they weren't mandatory. They weren't part of the system hadn't fully converted. Equinox was the conversion process to the new universe. And so again, much more administrative. So, and summer trailer is often more upbeat and hopeful than the winter one. It's true. So like, as far as a summer expansion goes, I think that this expansion is going to deliver in spades, especially if you compare it to something like Viridian.
Hey.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs. I am CCP Okami, EVE Online's Game Design Director. How are you all feeling today? Yeah? It's better than I thought after last night, actually. Glad to hear it. I'd like to start.
Man, can I just say, like, I saw Twitch, like, I've been hearing a lot of comments about stuff. People talking about how worn out people look today. People talking about CCP devs swearing during presentations. And it's like, y'all never been to a Fanfest before, have you? Like, when I first watched, like, the very first Fanfest that I watched, they literally threw beers out at the audience. And, like, how hungover everybody is on day 2 is an absolute staple of Fanfest. Like, what are you talking about? Do you know how goddamn drunk they got last night? It's, like, it's a pub crawl in Iceland. That's all I'm going to say.
By telling you all a story. I've been designing games professionally for 22 years, and I actually started the year that EVE Online came out. I've been playing MMOs my whole life, and I can't tell you how exciting it is to be able to work on a game like this. And it's not just because EVE Online is incredible, but it's because of each and every one of you. I've had the chance to meet so many of you out there, and I just have to say all of your stories are heartwarming, how EVE has impacted everybody. You all make this worth it, and this lifelong goal and dream of mine is an absolute pleasure to do this for and with you.
So once again, this guy is CCP Okami. He is one of the top 3 people in EVE like the design of EVE Online. Him, CCP Burger, and CCP Ritati are basically the 3 that make the final decisions about EVE Online for the most part. He's also the newest member. He just joined this year. And I think that he actually came on, like he got hired on from this position. So he is relatively new, but again, he is the guy who kind of came in and really made a name for himself during the Revenant major release with addressing things like nullsec ore and mining and such. So I imagine that what his point here is to express his bona fides. Everybody does know that he is one of the newest ones. So, you know, a lot of times the devs talk about how long they've been with the company. He's talking about how long he's been in the MMO space. But at the same time, he is very new to this project. But he's been doing a very good job with it. Don't get me wrong.
Now, as you all know, EVE is a little different than other games. And over the last year, I've had a little figuring out to do. I have a lot of questions to ask. And one of those questions was, what is an expansion? We do our expansions a little differently, too.
I turned up the audio a little bit of the stream. Let me know if that's good.
With EVE,
yeah, there you go, Rag.
An expansion is more than just a moment in time. It's so much more than just the day we turn the lights on. We're here to build a story together with you and shape a living, breathing universe. And I want us to start thinking about our expansions as the moment of release through all of our updates, major updates, and our capstones like Capsulier's Day and our current Drifter Crisis events. With each of these beats, we are reflecting on everything you do and all the feedback you give us. You are a part of every step, and everything you do matters. The journey of this last 6 months is a great example. In Revenant, when the Drifters attacked Zarzak, you defended it. And when the Deathless called for aid in unlocking the Warden, you rose to the challenge. And because of you, the Deathless researched and released powerful new technologies changing the face of warfare forever. But then the Drifters struck back hard. And you chose sides, fighting for your factions in the race to claim Drifter space and forever change the foundations of New Eden. Now, the Nexus Reckoning pushes you further. You're already shaping the outcome. But the fight isn't over yet. New Eden still needs you, because together, you are Legion.
I just played this.
What if I made you a promise? That in the face of adversity, destruction, I could offer unity, an alliance.
God, those thoraxes look good.
Where the purpose of one would be the power of many. Wielding every strength of the collective towards a unified vision and constructing a future. Your every action fuels our momentum. And that vision becomes reality.
Hell yeah, New Marauder.
And loyalty dissolved and reshaped. Ambition, arrogance, and aggression collide. But we stand undaunted. Our legion unbreakable.
We are undaunted. Who's undaunted? Oh, that.
Hello, Fanfest.
Yes. We got
Great to see
lots
you
of
all
details,
here
right,
bright
Tag?
and early, despite last night. I'm CCP Tiger Shark, and I am a senior brand manager for EVE Online. It is really an incredible honor to be standing here in front of a legion of capsuleers. I've had the privilege of working on all expansions since Rubicon, way back in 2013, and now Legion. I am so excited to get this into your hands. It is coming May 27th, so it's almost here. But what is a legion? A legion is a collective bound by purpose. It is strength in numbers, united under one banner, working toward a shared goal. It is purpose and power. In New Eden, no one succeeds alone. And to thrive, you want to collaborate in order to dominate. You want a community. And to build a community, you want trust and a shared purpose, which gives you power. A strong corporation is built by a legion of strong capsuleers. And a strong...
I just looked it up. So this lady has been with the company for a while now, since looks like 2013, as she said. She's been a big marketing person, project lead, and all that stuff, and now she is the senior brand manager, as she's saying. So, kind of makes sense that she's dealing with branding in game too. But that is who that is.
Strong alliance is built by a legion of strong corporations, and as invented by you all, a coalition is built by a legion of strong alliances. At its heart, Legion is about people, about you all, about purpose and power in unity. It is about connections, because that is where the legends begin. So whether you're starting out or leading the charge, Legion empowers you to reach beyond your ranks and to galvanize your forces, to connect and recruit and unite, to fly as one unbreakable legion, wielding these powerful new ships and making your mark on the battlefield, and then customizing your space for maximum control. But ultimately, it is your journey, powered by the purpose to go out and shape the universe together. And here to speak more about alliances and shaping the universe, let's welcome CCP K1P1.
She's actually, K1P1 I think is a very good presenter. She's really cool.
Hello, Fanfest. I'm CCP K1P1, and I produce one of the gameplay teams for EVE Online. And today, I'm super pumped to be here to share with you all some of the finer details of the Legion expansion that is coming in a matter of weeks. But how did we get here? Equinox released in June of last year, changing the landscape of New Eden with a new sovereignty system. Now, nullsec is never straightforward, with many moving parts and deep complexities. We knew we couldn't make the changes that we wanted all in one go. We asked for your feedback. And boy, did you have feedback. But that's
all
great,
positive,
because that meant that we were able to use that feedback to evolve and iterate the system over 15 different times since the initial launch. It was a busy year. And all of that led us to the Revenant major update that came out earlier this year on March 12th. And all of that leads us to Legion, our newest expansion that is packed with updates to expand variety, flexibility, and customization for Equinox Sov, as well as reducing the logistical headaches of Conquest. We're not done building on that foundation that we laid out a year ago. And today I'm going to share with you some of the new tools that you'll soon have in your Sov toolbox. Here's the thing.
This is cool.
When making geography matter, not all systems won the resource jackpot. Not all star systems are created equal, evidently. But in Legion, we're introducing 2 new upgrades to give those unlucky systems a glow up. We have one upgrade that'll cost power and generate workforce, and one upgrade that'll cost workforce and generate power. Now, each of these upgrades will come in 3 different tiers, allowing for more flexibility.
This is huge. And this is going to be a theme today where there's something where if you're not really knowledgeable about it, you're probably going to need me to explain to you why this makes sense. There's a lot of things going on into this patch that has a lot of really, good, really, really smart stuff that they're doing that addresses very particular points. And so, that's kind of the reason why you watch this stream, right? Because I'm here to put it all into context for you. And this is a big part of that. So like the stream. But so the thing about Equinox is that Equinox was designed to give terrain to nullsec, right? As it was, one of the big problems with nullsec before Equinox, one of the problems that came from the ADM era of sovereignty is, prior to that in Dominion, there were systems that were good. Sorry, my stream monitor was saying that I was still doing the intro. And so I saw the Wrecking Machine trailer coming on my screen over here, and it distracted me for a second. But okay, so prior to Aegis and the introduction to ADMs and all that sort of stuff, different systems had different value based on what's called TrueSec, right? So we have our normal security, which is 1.0 all the way down to 0. But as it turns out, it actually goes below 0 all the way to -1. And so a system that has 0.2 TrueSec or -0.2 TrueSec will have the worse bounties and less of the good sites than a system that was -1. So different systems were worth different amounts in the old days of EVE. But when they wanted to really emphasize player empire building in the Aegis Sov ADM era, they made it so that you could build up your military, your industrial, and all that stuff. So now if you go into a system and you start ratting in that system, it may start with really crappy rats, but you keep ratting in it, and then you'd upgrade it to the next tier, next tier, next tier. And so if you get the military index all the way up to 5, then you can spawn the best sites in the game, regardless of that system's original TrueSec. So even though TrueSec still kind of mattered, in the practicalness, it didn't, right? And so in the end, any given system was the same as any other given system, which is one of the reasons why when Goonswarm gets attacked in Declan, they can decide, well, screw this, we're going to evac everything and move to Delve, because Delve is a much more defensive system. Because it used to be that Delve was more defensively oriented, but it wasn't worth as much, right? Between TrueSec and between the moons, that was the way it was. But with the way that Sov changed over time, and the way that moons changed over time, it made it so that Delve wasn't actually that much, Declan wasn't worth that much more than Delve was anymore. So it made sense for them to just give up Declan and move to Delve, and then turn Delve into their wonderful fortress of craziness and make stupid amounts of wealth for the future years, right? So then Equinox wanted to try to reintroduce that idea of texture a little bit. So you have the requirement for predominantly power and workforce. You do need the materials from lava and ice planets, but when it comes to the actual maintenance of your sovereignty, you don't need, you only need them to online stuff, right? I think it's only Sino Jammers, Sino Beacons, Metanox Moon Drills, and stuff like that that requires the actual lava and ice stuff outside of just onlining them. So the major restrictions become power and workforce. Now, workforce can be transferred. You can have one system with a bunch of temperate planets, and so you can extract a bunch of workforce there and then use modules within the sovereignty hubs to automatically transfer those, you know, through logistics chain to wherever you need that workforce, right? But power was always the big hinderer. Power was the reason why people freaked out at the Equinox changes. For those of you, like, if you remember, people were freaking out about, like, for instance, the fact that the top tier mining module could only be put in less than half of the systems in the game. And these were one of the things that got, like, this was a big piece of the Equinox rebalances that they were just talking about. Because, yes, power is system locked. You can't transfer it. So a system has a maximum availability of power based on its star type and its access to storm and plasma planets. And that's a set amount. So some systems just have a lot of power and some systems don't have a lot of power. And this was originally thought of like a cool idea to make texture to the universe. And in practice, nullsec hated it because it just felt like this limiter that made too many systems worthless because they didn't have enough power to do the stuff that people wanted. So there's been various different rebalancing about how much power things take, how much power output things have, etc., etc. Here comes this solution. And this is why this solution is great, because workforce is one of those things that, like, is less restrictive because you can transfer it, but it's also the one that's more vulnerable, right? Because you have workforce being created over here and then being daisy chained to where you need it to be. Workforce becomes incredibly vulnerable to people attacking. You don't have to attack the system with the Sinojammer. You have to attack the system 2 systems over that happens to be where they're extracting their personnel, right? And so the more we can make people rely on personnel, the more that makes logistical lines that can be disrupted by enemy actors. So what this does is it makes it so that we can now, in theory, up the power of any system by melting down people into Soylent Green and apparently throwing them into an oven or something. But what that means is that now people are going to be tempted to pump up a system above and beyond its normal capabilities, right? They're going to increase its power, which increases the amount of modules and stuff like that, or things that they can load into the sovereignty hubs and ways it can be used. And that means that you can, they'll begin relying on those services, and those services can, as we mentioned, be disrupted. So I think this is a really cool way of doing it, and I really wish that they had just said to people that this was kind of where they were going earlier, because this idea of, like, the reason why there was so much consternation when it came to Equinox's release was the idea that power was an absolute limiter, right? There was no way to increase the power of a system beyond what that star and planets produce. This changes that in a way that I think is really, really clean. Yes, burning workforce to make power has amazing implications lore-wise. That's true.
So you can now shape your space to match the activities and ambitions of you and your corp mates. To better showcase
I guess my point is that what I like about this is this encourages alliances to put too many eggs in one basket, right? That's my way of thinking about it.
some of these additions that we're adding, I'll need your help. So this is our hypothetical map. And this side of El Porc down here, you guys get to be my legumes. And you own the green area of space. And this side over here, you all get to be my wasps. And you own
Hey, farms
the
and
yellow
fields is what people
territory of
ask for.
space. Very hypothetical, right? So if we zoom in a little bit, we can take a closer
We love people making poor decisions on massive scales.
look at the bordering system between our foes. For example, this system right here.
No subtlety
It's owned by the
in
Lagoons
this-
currently, but
this
it's
suggestion.
nothing to write home about. Just enough power to fly under the radar. But with the workforce to power upgrade, the chief intelligence drone of my WASPs over here has noted that it's viable for, say, a tier 3 mining upgrade. Plus, taking
What's
the
up,
system
Mark?
has the added bonus of
07.
pissing off your neighbors over here. So, it looks like Conquest is back on the menu.
I like this example too, because like I was talking about, somebody puts too many eggs in the basket, it makes it so that it's vulnerable to attack. But what she's talking about here is interesting, because what they're saying is that the invading force may see value in the system that the owning force doesn't see. Because if the invading force has their own supply of workforce that's in excess within their network, they can see potential power in a system that the people that currently own it don't produce. So that's kind of cool.
Which is really good news for my friends up in the balcony. You guys thought I forgot about you? No. You guys are my troublemakers.
There have been people asking us, the convocation and the Imperium the convocation of Imperians and the invited are troublemakers in the purposes of this conversation.
You don't care about either of these alliances down here, but you're up for a good fight. You don't need to start it, but if someone's throwing down, you'll be there. So with these new upgrades, previously unattractive systems have just gotten a bit more attractive and are maybe even worth the effort for the fight. Speaking of effort, we understand that the current cost of conquest is high. So I'll bet my WASPs over here are thinking, sure, these upgrades are nice and all, but in order to utilize the region, I need to destroy all the skyhooks that are there and then build the infrastructure up completely from scratch, which costs disk, takes time, and is frankly a logistical nightmare. Am I right?
What are you talking about? There's no goons involved in this discussion. We're talking about legumes versus wasps. Let's be clear. Come on. Not everything is about the goons, okay?
Well, we got you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Because in
Yes,
Legion,
the
we
cat
are
eye.
easing the logistical hurdles of taking over space. So now you can place your Sov Hub, have your Alliance leadership open the orbital skyhook management window, select all of the existing skyhooks that you want to commandeer, pay a flat fee, and voila. Bask in the glory of your conquest without the logistical headaches.
So here's my question then. My natural question to this point, which this is cool. Don't get me wrong. I actually really like the idea that there's a certain amount of just like, commandeering of the stuff once you've taken over the system. But the question then becomes, can people blow up their like if the people are being invaded, might they decide to destroy their own skyhooks? Or more importantly, will this transfer be like negotiated, right? Because like this is a mechanical thing, but an invading force may offer a certain amount. But I think that this is going to replace that because they could just forcibly do it with ISK. So you're negotiating with the game instead of with the enemy to take it over.
Or at least fewer. After all,
Yeah, actually, there is something here that they talk about, which is really weird, because it looks like this says the following orbital skyhooks will be destroyed. But I think that these are, so if you look, there's a list of 6, right? And so 2 of them are reinforced. And so if a structure is so basically if a skyhook is in reinforced state at the time in which you're trying to do the transfer, it instead blows up the skyhook. No, Gizmo, it doesn't have to be negotiable in game. They already do these negotiations. Like I've heard of invading forces basically paying off the enemies in order, like, hey, just transfer your structure over to me. And then they can even let it go abandoned and pop it like a pinata if they want to. But, you know, there's nothing to stop players from making an agreement that sits above the mechanics of the game. But this seems to show, I mean, maybe if you uncheck them, it doesn't do anything, but it seems to be that they're automatically being destroyed because they're reinforced.
And voila, bask in the glory of your conquest without the logistical headaches.
Not much.
Or at least fewer. After all, why shouldn't you keep the skyhooks? So now that once green system is yellow, you're able to move into a fully furnished star system. Your alliance can install all of the upgrades to mold the system to your strategic needs, and your mining and ratting shenanigans can happen almost immediately. And for my balcony troublemakers, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that with this ownership conversion, we haven't disrupted any of the skyhook rating windows. So that means that you no longer have to wait for new skyhooks to be built, placed, and ramped up every time a system changes ownership in order to raid from it.
That is pretty cool. I wish I could be more excited about raiding skyhooks, but 3-day windows.
With Jason Kelsey of the Wasps successfully utilizing the tush push to get their alliance into the end zone of conquest, you are now proud owners of a new system. You can install the power generation upgrade and the tier 3 mining upgrade of your choice, and you're living the dream. My legumes, on the other hand, we have some re-strategizing to do now that the sovereignty landscape is looking a little bit different. For example, this system here. It might be the perfect time to bust out one of our new system-wide modifier SOV upgrades. These are 4 new upgrades that are paired sets of buffs that allow SOV owners tailor their space to their preferred combat styles, ships, and modules. So we have the Gamma Stability Generator, which is a bonus to shield HP and capacitor capacity. We have the Plasma Stability Generator, which is a bonus to armor HP and benefits of overloading modules. We have the Electric Stability Generator, which is a decrease in capacitor recharge time, and for the first time ever, a bonus on targeting and D-scan range. And finally, we have the Exotic Stability Generator, which is a bonus to scan resolution and warp speed.
Okay, so let's talk about this, because these are cool. And they do answer some questions in the later Q&A. Yes, a lot of people are noticing this, and I feel the same way. But let's go through these one at a time. 1, the Gamma Stability Generator. This is absolutely 100% the PvE upgrade, right? Because a lot of ratting setups use passive shield regens, or where that plus to shield HP is just going to be, they're going to make the shield Ishtars better. They're going to make rattlesnakes better. They're going to make anything involving shields, because so most of you probably know this, but one of the biggest differences between shields and armor is that shields passively regenerate. And the thing about shield passive regeneration is, much like capacitor passive regeneration, the total hit points and the recharge time are actually 2 separate values, right? So if you have 10,000 shield hit points and it takes you, 100 seconds to, man, why did I pick such weird things? So if you've got 100,000 hit points and it takes you 100 seconds to recharge, then your average recharge is going to be whatever it was, 10 or 100 hit points per second. Don't double check my math. Now, granted, that's average. So shield recharge has a peak recharge around 25 to 30%, and it falls off in both directions. But the point is that it's going to have that it'll have an approximate hit point regeneration of 100 hit points per second. Now, you can actually reduce that time by a certain amount, or, so if I increase the hit points to 110,000 HP, then, and the recharge is 100 seconds, now I'm getting 1,100 HP per second. So by increasing the amount of hit points I have, because it doesn't change the amount of time it takes to regenerate that hit points. That's an independent stat. What that practically means is that the amount of hit points I'm regenerating per second, or my overall passive reps, go up. So regardless of whether or not I reduce my recharge time or I increase my shield hit points, both of these will have the effect of increasing my passive reps on my shields. So this helps with sustained shield tanks, which will help for ratting, right? And that capacitor capacity is also going to be really good for a lot of different reasons. Like, again, so capacitor functions just like shields do. So increasing your capacitor capacity actually also increases your recharge rate, because the time it takes to gain all of that capacitor back from 0 to full remains the same, even though the amount of capacitor that gets gained in that same period of time goes up. So this is just a flat passive regen bonus, as well as a buffer bonus for both shields and capacitor. This makes it incredibly valuable for PvE. There are other opportunities that this is valuable to. Obviously, shield supers, really, really great. There's going to be Komodos with Nirvana implants in gamma shield systems that are basically unkillable. But then that goes down to the next one, which is the plasma stability generator, which is not the PvE one. Because the thing is that armor hit points, when you're doing PvE, your goal is to, like, sustain. Your goal is to just kind of manage and mitigate the incoming damage. So armor doesn't passively regenerate. So your tank, for an armor tank in a PvE scenario, is your rep power, right? The only buffer that matters is whether or not your hull or your armor survives long enough for the rep to cycle. And then at that point, it's just your reps power versus the damage that's coming in. So the extra armor buffer doesn't actually matter. It does give you a bonus to overloading modules, but again, ratting PvE most of the time is not about, like, doing things right now. It's about sustain, right? These are PvE sites are often marathons, not sprints, right? So, but what this becomes is, this is a PvP setup. Higher armor HP. There's a lot of really good armor comps out there. But more importantly, armor comps, you sometimes do need love. So this idea of, like, additional armor hit points really, really helps those resisty, buffery, tanky armor comps. And that increase in overloading modules allows you to break through enemy reps or get the job done in PvP kind of scenarios. In addition to that, we don't talk about it here, but there is actually going to be a new buff coming to overheating remote reps. So this is going to help fleets, like, for instance, all of those, like, Macarial fleets supported by Guardians. I understand that's more of a low-sec thing. Insert your favorite nullsec example. Now, granted, a lot of nullsec like to use shield comps because they're fast and kitey and dodgy or whatever. This could be the very thing that gives a good armor Baltic fleet kind of setup the staying power and the punching power to really get some job done. Plasma stability will be a really good, like, home field advantage ability, especially given the fact that you can turn these on and off just on the fly. So imagine you could actually get in the engagement and then turn on this module after they've already committed their shield fleet. So that's kind of cool. But again, I don't see it as much as being a PvE setup as much as the gamma setup. Now, the electrical is exciting. Now, obviously, the capacitor recharge time is great. Anytime you have a bonus capacitor, that's going to help with local shield reps often, because shield reps are more capacitor hungry. So those setups that have oversized shield reps would benefit from this. But it also makes it more newbie friendly. Like, for instance, the electrical abyss is often newbie friendly because that extra capacitor recharge helps compensate for people who may not necessarily have the best capacitor skills or skills in general, or might want to push it a little bit more with their modules. But what's really exciting here is that 25% bonus to target and D-scan range. I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that this is the first modifier, especially extender of D-scan range, past the normal 14.3 AU. I'm pretty sure there's not like a metaliminal storm that does this or anything like this. So as of right now in EVE, the maximum D-scan range for any ship in any scenario is 14.3 AU. And that's been like one of those solid details about the game. And in fact, when recons were first being rebalanced and they're deciding to put combat recon so they can't be D-scanned, I was arguing that what they should do is, instead of being able to make it 14.3 AU, they instead should have a D-scan extender. So that way the combat recons can be far away and watching you when you can't watch them. But obviously that isn't where they went with that. But I've always kind of liked this idea of playing around with D-scan extension. Now, granted, this is only going to be within those systems. So these are really good for like systems that maybe this D-scan range allows somebody to be in the star or at the star and maintaining like D-scan range of the entire class, system, just for intelligence purposes or something like that. That's the one that jumps out at me. But more importantly, I like the idea that CCP is playing with the concept of D-scan range. Now that we're getting this, hopefully we'll get other things that might influence our D-scan range. And then finally, the exotic stability generator, plus to scan resolution, which theoretically could be good for ratting. If you don't need the gamma, you might want to go for the stability because faster locking equals faster attacking, but a lot of the setups are passive, like Ishtars don't care about scan resolution. But that plus to warp speed, I could definitely see people putting this in systems that are like in between systems, so that way people traveling can get around faster. I suspect that the exotic one is going to be the hardest to like convince somebody to spend money to power. Would be cool if they didn't show the bonuses on your ship and you have to warp to the Sov hub to see which effect is on. Yeah, well, what's funny is actually there are systems that are like 100 AU across. So people might just put up this thing as a quality of life in those systems. That's true. But you definitely don't want to put it up where people are ratting, because remember, like, people want the ability to get away before, like, an interceptor enters system. The faster it warps, the less time you have to get away. So it's just objectively bad for, like, in a system that you're going to be operating in. Yes, that is something that I thought, and I've been asking this for a long, long time. I don't know, you know, this has been kind of this low-key background thing since Equinox has come out. Every time I go into Null, I go and check every single Sovereignty hub, and they're always blank. And I've always been like, what is going on? Are people just not using them? What's happening? And CCP Fozzie in the Q&A actually suggested that, let us know that there is a bug right now where if you don't have permission to see what the upgrades are, like you don't have the roles in the Alliance, you can't actually see them on the Sovereignty hub. So if you're in somebody else's space, you're only ever going to see a blank Sovereignty hub. That is not going to get fixed in 3 weeks, but apparently that is on their radar to get fixed soon, which would be really nice. So that way you can see which of these generators are on. But what might be interesting, the question I have is, will you be able to see that one is fit but not on? Because they said that in order to swap between these, you would have to destroy the old one and put in a new one. Some people might be willing to do it, but you can online it and offline it on the fly. So it might be worth noting whether or not 2035 soon. Yeah, basically, it might be worth being able to check to see what they have primed or prepped to use. That would be useful.
So perhaps my legumes opt for the plasma stability generator as part of your strategic reorg and dealing with your ongoing neighborly disputes. So good news, everyone, you can dust off your Baltics.
Yeah, Baltic fleet.
These up.
For those of you who do not know, there is or was a member of Goon Swarm named Baltic who was very active in Goon Swarm, but he likes the Megathron. And there is a historic thing where, regardless of what the fleet comp was, he would bring a Megathron. And anytime that they tried to be like, well, it has to have this much shield hit points or whatever, he would get the Megathron to match whatever like technical requirements they needed for the comp at the time, just so he could bring his Megathron. And then eventually they made a Megathron setup that was like a comp for Goons. And this was back in the early days of Goons. And the thing that was really good about it was not as they themselves put it, it wasn't the fact that it's the most powerful setup. It is the most brain dead setup. So like it was the easiest thing for them to just get a large number of people in a ship that's easy to get people in and get them out there in massive numbers and get the job done. And that setup is known as the Baltic Fleet.
These upgrades open up a whole new world of meta shifts and theory crafting. I'm especially excited to see what you do with them, even in ways that we haven't even considered, because if there's anything that I know, the things that we think are edge cases are your main use cases. So listen, switching gears a little bit, mining and combat anomalies have been hot topics for the past year. But we're fairly happy with where they're at for right now, so I think it's time that we make some space for exploration.
I gotta say this. You want to know the number one clue that Revenant Major Update was a roaring success? She just got to say that we're happy with where combat sites and mining sites are in nullsec, and Twitch chat didn't lose their goddamn mind on that concept. Sure, they're freaking out about everything else, but like the fact that she didn't get booed at on stage for just simply saying that things are in the right place. CCP dared say that mining was or like that the economics were pretty okay like 6 months ago, and it's one of the things that triggered the whole kickoff to people freaking out and led to the mining updates. So like there's nothing that says those changes were successful than her being able to say that it's in a good place and not getting booed. Like that, people were very prepared to give feedback about that if it was anything besides making people happy. So that's really cool. That's great. Also, exploring.
In Legion, we're bringing back the Exploration SOV upgrades. But these aren't your dad's old survey network upgrades. No. Not only have these data and relic sites gotten a mini makeover, they are busting through the door with updated site distribution mechanics that are going to knock your socks off.
So this,
as some of you might know, we are hindered
what do you mean?
With our content design based on downtime. But earlier this year, we've had a trickle of patch note updates to try to combat this. So in March, we made the update that mining sites that are spawned by upgrades will now persist their respawn time across downtime.
That's right. That's right. CCP made their pixel or their logo 1 pixel taller. I hate it. Fucking Riot and Jita. Rah.
We followed that up with a change for upgrades that trigger a site will spawn when activated, no longer requiring a downtime to start. And a few weeks ago, we adjusted the site distribution so that sites are prevented from clustering in unvisited systems.
So this last one is the part that makes me a bit nervous. Now, she points out here in a few seconds that this is currently only for this current system, but they seem excited to extend this to other places. So right now, you know, basically based on the distribution pattern of like redistributing sites per constellation per region, it just picks a random site within the system. So it doesn't matter if you're searching for sites in HiSec or nullsec or wormhole space or whatever. What ends up happening is slowly but surely sites accumulate in like unvisited systems. And I get that like a site that's like stuck in a system that people aren't visiting is kind of a dead site for now. But on the other hand, I really like the idea, like, that's where the jackpots are, right? Like, as an explorer, you're going site system after system after system, and you're like, God damn it, there's nothing. But then you jump in, and there's like 5 sites, and you're like, oh, you know, like they don't need to overdo the preventing of clustering. I'll put it that way.
Now, I know even though, something to note that although a lot of these changes have been implemented for SOV-specific content, we've unlocked these capabilities for all of our content across New Eden. So it's something that really opens the doors for us.
So they said they unlocked the ability, but not that they're utilizing this ability yet. So that's what I'm concerned about. Maybe it could be good for event sites, especially with how much people complain about not being able to find event sites. There is a reason to like make sure, because like basically what this would do is just make sure that there is more sites in highly trafficked areas, because they don't get pocketed in less trafficked areas. That's the practical effect of this change. So my question is that a good change or a bad change? And I think that there's definitely a give or take. It's certainly not a neutral change.
To be able to deliver better content design for you, and we're really excited about it. If you want more nitty-gritty details on this, which you're EVE players, so I'm sure you do, we will have a more in-depth dev blog coming out next month, so you can keep your eyes open for that. But the cherry on top of all of these updates is that exploration site upgrades can now spawn up to 5 jumps away from the SOV hub that spawned it.
So this is interesting, because I thought that what they were going to go with was like, okay, well, it'll spawn anywhere in the constellation, anywhere in the region, whatever, right? But this is a 5 jump radius from the site itself, which I think is probably a good thing overall, just for balance purposes. So that way people don't put stuff like on the edge of something and have that be different than in the center of something, of like a constellation or whatever. It's cool. It does mean that the enemy, like it could spawn in enemy territory. I actually really love the idea that there could be some upgrades that spawn the sites, but then there could be another SOV upgrade that if a site spawns in your system, your rats show up there, right? So now you have a SOV upgrade in System A that's spawning a site in System B, and System B's upgrade is making it so that that site, when it spawns there, is actually like defended by local defense rats. That could be cool, but either way.
Exploration isn't about sticking to home turf. It's about diving into the unknown. It's thrilling. It should be dangerous. And now, when the exploration site spawns outside of your system, especially if it spawns in hostile territory, not to mention if that system owner has one of the system-wide combat buffs in effect, you never know what kind of fun you'll be warping into.
That's what I was thinking about. Like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was a buff that like altered the site?
These upgrades come with a guaranteed spawn rate upon installation and escalating path chances across each of its tiers, bringing new implants and module rewards along for the ride.
Okay, so this is great, and they're going to show off more about the implants and everything in a little bit, or in the other panel. It's great. I love it. However, this is another big new piece of content that is being tied to nullsec sovereignty in a way that is slightly uncomfortable for those who don't necessarily live in nullsec, right? In the same way that Skyhooks, for some reason, the best way to support the pirates is to own sovereignty. Now we have this thing where, like, I'm happy as an explorer to jump in and like have to rely on the services that are already there. I just want to be able to find them, right? If this is going to be a thing, I should be able to see where these signal enhancers are, so that way I at least know where these better sites are, because I'm absolutely coming to your sovereignty to find your sites, so that way I can run the escalations, right? And I would argue that anything that gets in the way of players from the outside coming in and running your own sites in your own sovereignty, besides you being there to kill me, is bad. You know, if you want to stop me from going into your sites, that's great. But like, I don't want the sovereignty people to have too many advantages about knowing where these better sites are versus other people. Why does it feel like they gave a lot of stuff back that they took from us years ago? That's actually a solid point, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more when we talk about the rebalances. But there has really been almost this, like, I'm not going to say it's nefarious because I don't know if I'm necessarily going to say it's planned. A lot of changes happened in scarcity, and it really feels like some of those changes happen in scarcity to feel bad, so that way when they get reverted later, it feels really good, right? When I was a kid, I was in the Boy Scouts, and I had an adult, scoutmaster who everywhere we went, he always wore steel-toed boots, right? So we would go for hikes, and he would wear steel-toed boots. And, they're heavier, they're clunkier, they're harder, right? And we would sometimes give him shit about it. And his position was he always wore steel-toed boots when he went hiking because they felt so good to take off, right? In a lot of ways, we've been carrying a lot of weight from scarcity. Now, some of that has been good, and actually to continue this analogy, even back in the early days of scarcity, we likened it to like the fat pig, right? We have become too fat, too bloated, and it had to be bled out a little bit. We had to get worked out. We had to lose a little bit of weight. We had to get a little bit trimmer, and that was an uncomfortable process. But the nice thing is, like, we loaded ourselves with weights in order to, make things a little bit more of a struggle and get us a little bit more worked out because we were becoming unhealthily bloated. But now we can take some of those weights off and pick up the pace a little bit. And it feels so good to take that extra weight off, even though it was arbitrarily put on before.
So we have 3 new SOV upgrade categories, new Skyhook capture
But
feature,
that is kind of the theme of Legion.
And updated site distribution
low-key.
mechanics that are all coming in a matter of weeks. But wait, there's more. To give managers more flexibility, we are removing the power cap in SOV hubs so upgrades don't need to be destroyed as often. We're also working on a capital meta update that will encourage more streamlined escalations in capital ship combat. There is a ship balance panel that is happening in this room later today, so if you want more information, then please check out that panel. And then, do we have any third-party devs here? A couple, great, that's fine. We will be updating the ESI endpoints to account for Equinox SOV later this summer in a Legion update. I promise we haven't forgotten.
Hey. 2 people whooping at ESI means tools that exist for everyone, right? Like Eve Workbench is well, not one dude, but you get what I'm saying. Like a single third-party dev represents a whole lot of resources for people. So don't hate, appreciate.
About you. And of course, no Eve expansion is complete without something new to fly and destroy.
Nico, you've been great this whole time. Don't get me wrong.
The Angel Cartel is making good on their promises once again in time for Fanfest.
This ship looks so fucking good live. Look at these little energy core, like the energy coursing from the central hull to the plates. It's so good. I love it. I love it. I want more of it.
Introducing the Seraphiel class dreadnought, boasting powerful bonuses to capital projectile weapons and the unique ability to use the capital micro jump drive while in siege mode.
Okay, so you guys, we talked for probably too long yesterday about the mechanics of navigation of EVE Online and booshing and vectors and all that sort of stuff. And I definitely got the feeling like I was losing some of you during that time, but just know, like, fundamentally I was right in my concern in the fact that, like, this idea of boosh or jumping while sieged is a bit odd. So the clarification that we get later on during the ship panel, but is important to know now, is that you can actually move with this ship while sieged. It has a 10% move speed, so it's going to be super slow because it's a dreadnought with its mass increased and its speed reduced to 10%. But slow is not 0, which means you can actually change your direction, your vector. You can decide where you want to jump before you jump. You're not locked in to where you were going when you entered into Bastion, which is a huge deal. And it's the correct answer to the problem. I realized yesterday that there was a problem, but this is the solution to the problem. No, there was no change to PI or anything like that during this particular patch. I would expect that closer to, maybe if they're going to do it closer to the winter expansion, as we get closer to like the next Vanguard update, or even the Vanguard release next year. They were talking between segments about how they didn't think that these would be meta shifting, but that could be a very big deal. I mean, so the thing is that honestly, and we'll talk about these more during the ship balancing panel when we get the details, I actually think that both of these ships are incredibly well balanced just out the gate. There's really good reasons why you might want to use them. There's really good reasons why it would be an absolute stupid thing to use them. There's reasons why they're not that great, but they are pretty exciting in very specific ways. So I think that they're overall pretty good. A Dread fleet being able to move and jump around while retaining siege, but they're going to be costly. Two things about that. One, a single scram stops them, right? So all you have to do is get a single scram or hick Infinipoint, and they're toast. The other thing is, and this is the big difference, when a battleship micro jump drives, that micro jump drive, like when a marauder, right? You're chasing after a marauder. I'm going after the marauder, and then you get right before you get to scram range, it goes oop, blink, and it jumps, and you're like, oh no, I'm now 100 kilometers away from the battleship again. I got to keep going after it because the jump is 100 kilometers, and 100 kilometers is one of those neat sweet spots, right? Because the minimum warp range is 150. So if you are on top of the marauder and the marauder blinks away, you can't just warp directly to the marauder. It doesn't matter if you're a friend or whatever, right? However, a capital jump drive goes 250 kilometers. So if you were anywhere near the ship before it jumped, you are now within warp range after it jumped. Combine that with the fact that it's a dreadnought, means that if anyone in the fleet has combat probes, congratulations. They already have combat probes on that thing. You jump, they hit scan, and 3 seconds later, they're in warp to you. So it's not as crazy as you would think, like off the cuff. There is some really smart, like built-in balance to this. Yeah, you can warp your fleet mates, or if you jump, your friendly fleet can warp to them, etc. Right? Like that 250 kilometer range requirement really changes the effect of the jump. It also makes it so it's a lot harder for that ship to continue to be in range. So like when you jump, it's most of the time going to be jumping from out of combat into combat, or from into combat out of combat. There's a few examples, like if you're on a keep star, you could jump from one side of the keep star to the other side of the keep star and continue to be engaging the keep star. But all of this means that the overall impact of this ability, I mean, remember, we're comparing this to things like a fax that has Newt bonuses that or NOS bonuses that don't care what the enemy capacitor is, right? The Dagon's bonuses as a fax is incredibly game-breaking for the mechanics of how faxes work. Compared to that, the ability to micro jump drive as a dread is interesting, but not quite as like, oh my god, you're kidding me, right? As you would think.
Not to be outdone, the other pirate factions are boosting their dreadnoughts as well to compete on the modern battlefield against Lancers and Navy dreads.
This is also big because I think they talk about it more later, but like this is a rebalance of all of the pirate dreads, including, they talk about this later, a change in the cost for the dread on the LP store. Like one of the things that we were noting yesterday while we were all getting excited about, oh, we're going to build Sarthiels or whatever, is the fact that right now, if you wanted to buy Cayman, yeah, if you wanted to buy a Cayman, not only do you have to have the LP cost, but you also have to have 25 billion ISK. So that makes the minimum cost for those dreadnoughts at least 25 billion ISK, because no one's going to sell it for more than just literally the raw ISK. Nobody's going to sell their LP for 0 ISK per LP or negative ISK per LP. So like that is a big barrier on top of everything else. You have to earn the LP, you have to get all the stuff to build it, but also you need to have this big ISK investment. It sounds like they're slashing that cost in half across the board for the pirate ships. So that's going to help the Vehement. That's going to help the Cayman. That's going to help this one. It's going to hurt Garissus LP people who have been stockpiling Cayman BPCs up until this point. Sorry, it's crashed. It's going to hurt people who've been getting Serpentis LP for a little bit. Sorry, that's going to crash. Sucks to be you if you were holding on to one of these blueprints, but that's where we're at.
The Sarathiel rocks a 576 layout and is ready to shake things up. I see you all getting your cameras out, so be quick, because I got a timer.
They talk about this later, but so we can see here, the can move at 10% normal ship velocity while in siege mode. That's a big one. And of course, being the only dread that can fit a capital micro jump drive. It is an interesting question, Wizard. Like, what if they made it so that the Cinnable could use a standard micro jump drive? That'd be kind of cool. Not sure I can agree with that, Shazar.
And just in case you missed it,
Shazar, like, I understand that there are some people that are disappointed in what's going on or whatever. First of all, I think that one of the hopefully the purpose of the stream is to help people know more about why some of this stuff is exciting, but also spoken like somebody who's never been to the Rouge Wedding. The Dust 514 keynote circa 2013 is the worst keynote ever. Sorry.
I want to reiterate that it can use the capital micro jump drive while in siege mode. Meanwhile, the Triglavian Collective have also been cooking.
Well, I mean, they've got a lot to cover. Oh, yeah, baby.
They are unveiling the Barbaroga class Marauder. Think the power of the Leshak plus the strength.
Wait, so your argument is that the presentation's bad because they had too many things to go over? Oh no, there's too much. Oh, we don't get enough details. We'll have plenty of time to get details. We got 3 more weeks. Yes, that is an Angel Dread. Bourbon, did you just come out of a coma? Yes, we're getting the Angel Dreadnought and the Triglavian Marauder. Welcome to the stream.
Strength of the Empire Marauders, complete with bonuses to tracking, range, spool, and bastion-based resist and repair buffs.
I mean, that's fair.
With a 548 layout, the
okay. I have opinions about the Marauder. Now, Fozzie actually talks a lot about this Marauder and the design philosophy during that stream, so we'll let that happen. But the big thing I'm going to talk about right now is we're going to compare these bonuses to the Leshak bonuses real quick. Because remember, like, the Leshak is what it becomes, it's a T2 Leshak, right? So if we go here and we go to the Leshak, we see the bonuses to Leshak is a 25% bonus to super title damage and 25% bonus to rate of fire. Now, that basically means that the Leshak has 2 damage bonuses, including a 25% rate of fire bonus, okay? This thing's bonuses are, where is it? Armor repair amount, maximum damage multiplier bonus, maximum range, and tracking speed, which means, yes, I understand the math doesn't quite work out right, but I'll explain why that doesn't really matter in a second, Bourbon. So what we see here is actually both damage bonuses on the Leshak, both the rate of fire bonus and the raw damage bonus have been removed. This matters in particular for the Leshak because it's a Triglavian ship. Because remember, Triglavian weapons ramp. So the ramp is based on the base damage. The final ramp is 250% of the base damage, which means the higher the base damage, the higher the ramp, the more it ramps per cycle. So in theory, a Leshak is actually going to have a higher initial damage output and will, just by default, ramp faster than the Marauder because it has a natural cycle speed bonus, right? So in theory, this thing will do a little bit like it'll do more damage. Sorry, the Leshak will do more damage on the initial onset and will ramp faster. I'm getting there, Wizard. This is by default, right? However, instead of that raw damage bonus, instead what we're seeing here is application and bonuses, both in projection and in tracking. This is critical to a battleship because battleships often have problems tracking things that are smaller than it. So if there's anything a Leshak needs, like sometimes the massive amount of damage of a Leshak is great, but sometimes it doesn't matter if the damage is great if you can't hit something. So this additional to tracking and the additional to range allows this as a Marauder to deploy much more flexibly than a Leshak, even though it doesn't have as much raw power naturally in it. All of this is true until we talk about the Bastion module. And CCP Fozzie even admits to the fact that basically the Trig Marauder is far, far more dependent on the Bastion module than other Marauders. A lot of Marauders are actually known for fighting outside the Bastion module, like the Paladin, especially in the Vargur in PvP, will often fight outside of Bastion. That simply being a ship with better resists because you're Tech 2 and the other advantages of being a Marauder ends up being a bigger advantage, so they're just badass battleships, even without using the Bastion at all. This ship is not going to be that. This thing actually, technically speaking, might not perform as good as the Leshak under normal conditions just by raw damage, right? Like, you want to just kill an Astrahus, right? And so you want to burr the hell out of it. A Leshak versus this, actually, an Astrahus is not a great example because of another detail, because, like, if you can get to max ramp, but shy of max ramp, you know, you're wanting to kill something that it'll take like a minute to kill, the Leshak is going to be pretty good, right? However, if we go back and look, what does a Bastion do? The Bastion module is a module that is only for Marauders, and it has a whole bunch of extra advantages. One, it makes them go, it brings down their velocity to 0. However, it increases their rep bonuses and reduces their turret rate of fire bonus by half, which means when you use Bastion, it doubles your rate of fire. So you remember how the Leshak has a 25% rate of fire bonus better than the Baba Yaga, which is what I'm going to call it from now on? Well, congratulations. The Baba Yaga in Siege mode has a 50% turret reduction. So already now, while in Siege, it is twice as good as the bonuses for the Leshak. You don't get that damage bonus, so that initial damage is going to be higher, but the ramp speed and the cycle speed is going to be significantly better. Way more than make up for the difference that the damage bonus does. Plus, you now get the tracking bonus and the range bonus. Plus, the Bastion offers an optimal range bonus of 25%. So you stack an optimal range bonus on top of the Bastion bonus, or the Marauder bonus. So this fucker's going to shoot out to 100 kilometers easy with good tracking and do more damage while in Bastion and ramp faster. And it gets the final bonus is this one at the top, the maximum damage multiplier bonus. So that bonus is actually the same bonus that we see in the Icky Tursa and in the Nurgle, where rather than increasing the amount of damage it does, it actually increases the multiplier bonus. So you remember how I said that a ship, like a trig ship, will ramp up to 250% its base damage? And therefore, the difference in base damage for that Leshak is going to make a big difference? Well, guess what? This Marauder is going to ramp to 400% damage, because it can ramp twice as high as a Leshak can, above and beyond its base damage. So a total of 300% above its base damage, not 150%. And because it's cycling twice as fast, it's going to cycle to that 400% damage in the same time that it takes the Leshak to ramp to 250% damage. So that's where it comes in. Now, why is this balanced? Because let's just take everything that we've learned in the last few minutes and think about it, put it all together, and just think, where is this thing's niche? I need an environment in which there is a thing that I'm going to be shooting at for more than a minute, where I cannot receive any remote assistance, and I can't move. Fob farming might work, but the problem is that they're going to get nuded out, right? Like, at least you might be able to get it with the I've been looking at it. You probably will be able to go after the Garissus fob, but the Blood Raider fob is going to be pretty rough. It's probably still going to be just as good to do. You do it anyway in a fleet. Yeah, but they can't remote assist. They can't remote rep each other. So if you can't survive on your own, you can't do it with these ships. It's still going to be better to do it with Leshaks. If they can't be in Bastion mode, then it's probably going to be better to do it in Leshaks. And so, like, fobs aren't necessary. It might end up being okay, depending on how things work out. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't lend itself to a natural use case the way that you would expect, right? It's going to be really great in missions, but a lot of things in missions you kill in like a cycle or two. So while, like, in the same way that Kiki's really good in PvE, it's probably going to be really good in PvE. Being able to project that far and hit that well with a Leshak is going to be great. But, like, there's going to be a lot of situations where it's not that great. Structure bashing, it's going to be fine in an environment in which, like, you don't have to move, which means hopefully there's not a major defense. But then at that point, like, is it that much better than Leshaks? So my point is that this ship is really cool. There's some big bonuses, but just the hindrance of the fact, like, it's one of those things where the Bastion module is very, very strong, but the hindrance of not being able to move as a Bastion module and not being able to receive remote assistance as a Bastion module functions as almost perfect counter to the kinds of things that this thing will be incredibly effective towards. So it's going to be really useful for people like Snuff, who are already dropping things like marshals when they don't need to in order to burr through something pretty quick. But, like, it's not going to be so oppressive that people are just only going to want these things. There's going to be lots and lots and lots of cases in which, like if you're doing missions, having one of these is probably going to be pretty great, but, like, not better than a Paladin great, right? There's a lot of cases where the Paladin's probably going to actually end up being still better than this. If you're going to be like, if everything you're killing is dying in a cycle or two, which as a Marauder, that's kind of what you want, then is this thing really going to outperform a Paladin? Now, I'm still going to fly them, and I'm still going to build them, and it's still going to be fun because I want to. My point is just like, in the same way as the micro jump drive, the gut reaction is like, oh crap, this is going to be so impactful. But I think that's why they say like these are going to be cool, but not meta defining, because the meta already kind of resists and has natural counters to what both of these ships bring to bear. Does that make sense?
Barbaroga is the new DPS king of subcaps when bastioned and fully spooled.
Well, they are baby dreads. That's kind of the point.
Okay, you have time afterwards. Chapman. We started this journey last year with a vision. Deeper, more meaningful sovereignty gameplay. And Legion is the next step in following through with that vision.
Coffee while she's doing this.
We're expanding your toolkit for chaos, conquest, and customization. So whether you're building an empire, burning one down, or just stealing from either side while they're distracted, you'll have sharper tools to do it. Use them wisely. Who am I kidding? You guys run with scissors all the time, so like all bets are off at this point. Please welcome CCP Mercury for more details as to what the Legion expansion is going to hold. Thank you.
Well, hello, Capsuleers. Oh my God, how many of you are here? Yeah, right? It's not anxious at all. It's so nice to see you all here today. I am CCP Mercury, and I work at CCP as a senior UI UX designer. So today, I'm thrilled to share with you the quality of life improvements that Legion will bring to your everyday life in New Eden. You might be familiar with CCP Karker's Little Things. It's a space where you Capsuleers can leave feedback and tell us what little changes would make a big difference. Quality of...
Man, so I was actually like, this is one of those things that we should probably like do a segment on at some point. But if you ever want to have a fun time, go look at like older posts, older patches, older expansions, and look at what their Little Things updates are, and realize how many of like the things that we rely on a day-to-day basis when playing EVE Online, and things that seem so obvious now that you can't even understand that we used to play without it, that were just little things that got thrown in there. It's crazy. Some of them are wild.
Of life improvements, like
so these
the
are
ability to create
big
contracts
impact.
for multiple ships at the same time, or UI updates like proper listing of materials in the industry window, or the option to restart extractors for a planet directly from the planetary industry interface. Yeah, right? All of this has come from your input. You ask for change, and we listen.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe not every time.
I will say that when she got put on the, like when she got announced on stage, she's like, I'm the senior UI designer. I'm like, oh, so it's your fault. Okay. I'm teasing, sort of, but you know.
With this expansion, we're bringing even more quality of life updates.
This is cool.
You can now see a character's contact label in their show info window, making it easier to tell apart your comrades from the trolls.
So that's a big, like, that's a little, it's a little thing, but I think it might be a big deal. I wish that's the kind of thing that I wish would have been a thing in EVE for a long time. Because, like, there's been a lot of times where I've added a contact. You can add a contact of somebody, you know, you can right-click. You can right-click, add contact, and, no? Isn't there a, wait, hold on. Isn't there a way to, now I'm having a moment of madness. You can add a contact. I thought you could, wait, what is she talking about? I thought you could add like a note to your contact, right? contact my bro. Wait. Somebody help me out here. I'm very confused. I'm missing something. It's in character view? No, but you can label them later? Okay, hold on. So I'm going to add Isaac as a contact. He's blue. He's a good dude. I'm going to send him a notification. Hi, bro. Add contact, right? And then I can come here, edit contact. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Make UI something that Ash can remember? I don't know about all that. Oh, wait. So if I show info, they're talking about notes? I actually no longer know what she's talking about. Are they talking about notes? Because the idea that, like, I can add a little tag to somebody and then make it so it appears on their character sheet so that way I can remember who's who is really exciting to me. But now I'm really confused. Maybe we'll figure it out soon. Add a note by right-click the character name in local. I did that. Show info. Edit contact. Can I look at her slide again? Yeah. It just says contact my bro, which implies that, like, she put them in a contact list or something called my bro. That's what it reads to me.
Well, maybe not every time. With this expansion, we're bringing even more quality of life updates. You can now see a character's contact label in their show.
Yeah, contact label. How do I make a contact label? How do I make a contact label? Open contacts from the side navigation. Really? There's an entire separate feature? I have tried 3 different ways right now, right? So, where is it? Social, contacts. Oh, right. God, this game is complicated. The value that the drunken monkey can bring to the team. Yeah. So you can make labels. Like, I can make a label and I can be like, good dude. And I can create that label and then I can assign that label by selecting a contact. So I can go to my excellent contacts and I can go Isaac. What? Hold on. There's Isaac and I can select him and then assign label. One label assigned to one contact. So now I can see Isaac Svarog is a good dude. And if I open this up right now, there's nothing here that'll tell me that. But in 3 weeks, this will say good. No, that's the thing, though, Luke. This is the thing that's important here. This label functionality has been here forever, but it's been so useless that I've never even used. Oh, God damn it! I have the stream up. Okay, so once again, you can come here, open up your contacts list, go to labels, create a new label, and then select somebody on your contact list and assign it to them. And that's fine, but, like, again, this is a feature that has been in the game, and I've never used it because it's useless, right? Just because I label him a good dude, and, like, where else would I see that information? Do I see that information anywhere? No, I don't. So it's useless. Why would I have ever learned that this is the way that to give them a label? So basically, they've made labels useful. And now it'll show up on here and say, hey, by the way, Isaac is a good dude, which is great because we always have people with contacts. I wonder if you can do this for like Alliance contacts too. Because, like, we have people set to red and it'd be nice to be able to be like, why? You know? Just a little thing. It's like creating folders for your contacts. Yeah, but it's so much more useful than that. This actually gives use to a feature. I just hope that this also means that they're going to make, now that labeling isn't such a niche thing that they also make it easier to update labels. All right. Well, we all learned something new today. I'm gonna go get my coffee.
Making it easier to tell apart your comrades from the trolls. You'll be able to track how many blueprints you own across space and in a specific location directly from the industry window. And crystals now clearly show their damage when you mouse over them in the inventory.
So, sorry, hold on.
Thank you. It's cool.
So those, woo, I shouldn't have gone right then. So first of all, could I not know how many blueprints I have? That number sounds like it's going to scare me. But this this crystals thing, I called this, like, this is Armageddon, right? This has to be one of the signs of the apocalypse. The fact that they are making it so that we can see the damage of a crystal by hovering over it while it's in our inventory, this has to be the sign of the apocalypse. This has to be like in the prophecy of Macabre, right? I'm so nervous now. They gave us crystal detection. Like, we can now look at the damages on crystals. Ugh. Oh yeah, that's true. They do go in on Armageddon. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. It's cool to see how a tooltip can make you happy. But Legion will also bring another long-requested feature. Colors are returning to the Neocom. Soon after the expansion, you'll be able to customize each Neocom entry with its own color, making it easier and faster to spot your favorite tools at a glance.
So I gotta know, guys, are we excited about this feature? Is this what we meant? Because, like, for years, people have been talking about wanting the old icons back that had their own colors, right? Hold on. So the Neocom used to look like this, like the icons in the Neocom. This is assets, here's map, here's industry, here's fitting, etc. And, like, part of the problem was that they were kind of noisy, which is why they probably changed to the new flat icons. But, like, everybody's been like, oh, we want the colored icons again. But now you're going to be able to, like, basically it just means that you get to make your Neocom rainbow colored. Which, if people are excited about that, then great. I mean, like, this is one of those things that I've never quite understood. I just roll with the punches when it comes to these things. I'm not sure if I'm going to use this as a feature. I actually really like the fact that my color schemes often change with what ship I happen to be in because of that. Like, if you go into the escape menu, user interface, you can match the theme to your ship. So then when you get into different ships, it changes the color schemes for stuff. I kind of like that. But, this is definitely one of those things that's highly requested by players. And it's good that they're catering to it. I'm not sure if this is exactly what people have been looking for. It's also kind of weird that they have this base color picker when they're now introducing the RGB wheel for the corporation colors. Wouldn't it be nice to make it so that it could be more than 12 different colors? But hey, if people are happy about this, I'm happy. Like, yeah.
If painting the Neocom with the colors of the rainbow hasn't fully satisfied your inner artist yet, then we've got more for you.
Excellent. My big question for these are, yeah, like all of these rebounds. The Omen actually looks pretty much the same. But the one big question I have about this is that they show the Thorax, they show the Deimos, they show the Phobos over and over again, but they never show the Vigilant. So there's a small piece of me that, even though I know that this is almost certainly not going to be the case, wouldn't it be kind of funny if the Vigilant remained the old model and the other ones all got new models, so that way now the Vigilant looks different than the other ones? That'd be kind of funny. Yeah. Honestly, low-key, I wouldn't mind the ability to revert back to the old icons. It seems weird to add that functionality to it, but people want it. And I will say that complexity for the purposes of customization isn't necessarily a bad thing. Who cares? Like, let them have it. Yes, the Vigilant is probably just going to be the Thorax, but Serpentis colored. But the fact that they have not showed it in any of these videos is, I think, kind of funny. And so, like, I just think it'd be funny if they end up not updating the Vigilant. They almost certainly will.
Several cruisers have received a major visual update, but they're not just stunning, they're also newly rebalanced. Tech 3 cruisers are getting bonuses and a stronger overheat, oh my God, I'm sorry, help me, overheat bonus to remote armor repairs. All the logistic cruisers have received a new dedicated bonus. As for combat cruisers, the Thorax is getting a speed and power grid buff, while the Rapture is getting damage, tracking, and drones buffs.
So they talk about this more in the ship balancing thing. And by the way, my coffee machine's acting up right now. That's why I keep running in and out. But so this remote rep overheat bonus thing. So basically, what they've done is, if you overheat a gun, it overheats both its speed of cycling and its power per shot. However, if you overheat a rep, it just overheats how fast it cycles. So it does make it rep more, but it reps more because it reps faster. Not necessarily, but so now they're making it so that it has a bonus. I think this is true about all remote reps. Now, that when you overheat a remote rep module, it will also overheat the power of those reps. Did I overheat the coffee machine? Probably. So, but that also means that anything that bonuses the effectiveness of overheating, like for instance, T3 cruisers or that new armor modifier effect for nullsec, will also influence the overheating, the power of the reps from overheating, right? So now, you know, a T3 cruiser is going to rep even harder than before when overheated. And of course, being a T3 cruiser will take less overheating damage.
But the full list of changes will be available in the patch notes. So rest assured, the update is more than skin deep. But what is a ship for if not to explore the dark, mysterious, and dangerous immensity of space? How useful would it be to have a map, right? You might say, we already have 2 maps in game, what are you talking about? And fantastic third-party tools. So with this expansion, we're giving some love to the new map. We've kicked off a long-term project to bring the new map up to parity and beyond with the classic map and even your favorite third-party tools. With this first iteration, less experienced capsuleers will have an easier time navigating filters, accessing layout options, identifying where they are in space, and locating their home station. You'll also be able to add filters to your favorites and quickly switch between them, share direct filter links in chat with your new recruits thanks to UI pointers, and soon after the expansion, better tell if there are 2 or 12 pilots in a system thanks to improved data scaling. But this is just the beginning.
Oops, my bad. Fuck, I messed that up.
A 2D map of New Eden is in the works.
I'm so sorry. I messed that up completely. I'm sorry. Let me rewind it a little bit. I tried to mute my mic so I could adjust my mic, and I instead did the wrong. Okay, my bad. But okay. So I saw on Reddit yesterday, there was somebody talking about how, you know, everybody's excited about the 2D map, and they're like, well, you can't put it on another window or move it around wherever you want or whatever, so no one's going to use it anyways. And I couldn't help but think, like, this is why CCP, like, resists doing this shit. Like, this is great. This is great. Yes, you can still use Dotland. Yes, there's still going to be a purpose for Dotland. Yes, it'll be great for setting up your jump bridge or your route for your sinos or whatever. But, like, you don't have to poo-poo every single thing and let, like, CCP... Every time they do these kind of things, it's like all that is confirmation that's like CCP doesn't need to put in the energy to do that. And I'd much rather CCP be very happy to, you know, integrate more and more tools into Eve. Even if that doesn't completely replace the third-party tools.
Pilots in a system thanks to improved data scaling. But this is just the beginning.
Also, I think that this is a big piece that we're going to talk about right here, or I want to talk about right now, because we keep talking about how, like, how much they're talking about that is coming later versus coming in 3 weeks. And I think that, like, a big piece of the purpose of these presentations is that it's not just to inform us about what's coming, but to make sure that we as the player base are kind of in, like, understand what's happening, right? Like, if you haven't recognized the fact that each expansion for the last year has had a major update, which I noticed, you know, obviously we recognized the Revenant major update, but did you realize there was an Equinox major update? I didn't know that there was one of those patches happened to be called the major update, and that meant something. I didn't realize that until we got to Revenant. So them explaining to us that this is how their philosophy works, I think is a really important thing. And especially since this expansion seems to be a lot of, like, we're putting in the foundations now and then are quickly going to come out with more things, is a big theme of what they've been talking about here. So I think it's important for them to be like, hey, like, this is what you're getting now, but also put in our heads why this stuff is happening. Because if they just announced the map changes that they were going to put in 3 weeks and then said, we're going to do more later, A, we wouldn't believe them because they're good at abandoning features. But, you know, we'd be left to our own devices as to what that means. So them kind of setting our eye on the ball of, like, where the trajectory of where some of these things are going, I think is actually a really valuable thing and what they were really shooting for in these presentations.
2D map of New Eden is in the works. It's not in this expansion, but it's gonna be maybe in the next one. I'm not promising anything. This map will be a flat, simplified version of systems and regions designed to help you better see connections between locations, plan your routes more efficiently.
I will say, if they're not planning on coming out with a 2D map on the 27th, they better figure out a way to make it sooner rather than later. Because I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter how many times they explain this. When the Legion expansion comes out and they release the new map and it doesn't have the Dotland mode, people are going to melt down. Because that's, at this point, the only thing that people know is that Legion has 2 new ships, freelance projects, whatever the hell that means, and Dotland map. That's it. That's what people know right now. So this is going to come out, and it's not going to have Dotland map, and time is going to be ticking. I would not wait till August, but, you know, whatever.
And still have access to all your favorite filters.
Also, can we just say that one of the things that also is kind of weird to me is that they keep on referring to the major update as being in the fall, even though most of the time the winter update is actually, like, closer to in the fall, as it were. So I wonder what the timelines of these are going to be, but maybe it's going to be like major update in August, September, and then November, December for the winter update. But yeah, I still have some questions about the timelines of some of this, although they do mention August for some of the improvements too.
The 2D map will also offer a new way to visualize your capital ship's jump range by switching between the 2D... Oh, I'm happy.
This is hot.
By switching between the 2D and 3D views, you'll have an easier time assessing your capital ship's jump range and the fatigue. But we're working to make the map experience even more customizable, allowing you to tweak the range and filter data points on the map that you want to see according to your current.
So this is cool because like it's got a slider on here, average pilots in space in the last 30 minutes, but she can slide it to make it, did I ruin? Yeah. She can slide it to make it so that like it changes the perspective of it, very much like PI does. So that way you can set the scales. Also, thank you for reminding me by Talking Punch. Let's go ahead and set up the first of the giveaways. Complete. We will be doing a giveaway for one of these 3 skins, whichever one you want. I'm pretty sure it's whichever one you want. Hold on. Oh shit, it's on Ash. Stand by. Let me switch accounts real quick. So we're going to start the giveaway now for one of these skins. I guess we'll deal with the exact rules in a few seconds. Yeah, I do like the increase of stuff in like this new map functionality. I think could be really, really, really good, especially the more that they work on it. Everything's being sluggish. Why is this being weird? Here we go. Not quite, not quite. Almost. Now then. There we go. Now, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We'll do the giveaway in about an hour. So make sure you're here when I do the giveaway. You've got to be here both to do the plunder and also to accept it when it's time to do the giveaway. So, yep. It's awesome. You don't have to see my face. I agree. Much improvement. I would much rather look at Punch's skins than me too. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to switch back so that way we can keep going with the stream too. Give me a second. I just want to double check to make sure I have those skins. Uh-oh. Nope. I only have the Synesis and the Kiki still. So no more Astero. Let's go ahead and move that one off the screen. There you go. Did somebody not? Yep, somebody hasn't gotten theirs yet. Somebody hadn't picked up the one I got them. What? Somebody who won theirs yesterday needs to pick it up. Book, if you're still there, you have 2 hours to accept the contract or the offer. Otherwise, you don't get it. Okay. I might be able to convince Punch to give me another Astero. We'll see. Now then, let's keep going.
Current session goals. But
I do like the hold on. She flashes to a view that's
the range and filter data points on the map that you want to see according to your current session goals.
That's cool. You know, this changes the setup to being much more like the Faction Warfare map. I want more information about that. In fact, it actually says Faction Warfare Mimitar. So she's applying the Faction Warfare map to the main map, kind of integrating it, which is sweet.
But a long-term vision for the map reaches even further. This is still in early exploration, but imagine being able to view battle hotspots at a glance, track the influence of alliances, explore current events and narrative arcs as they unfold across space, or dive into the historical conflicts that shaped New Eden into what it is today. This is where we're headed, turning the map into a living record and tactical companion.
So I was going to pause it and like poke at every single piece of it, but it became kind of clear that what they're showing is kind of stand-in graphics. So I don't feel like necessarily like going through it with a might notice triangles on the station displays. Well, yeah, there's probably some Easter eggs in here, but like I'm not necessarily going to spend a whole bunch of time trying to figure out what is what.
Shaped New Eden into what it is today. This is where we're headed, turning the map into a living record and tactical companion. All this and more is coming. But for now, I hope you enjoyed this bundle of quality of life improvements. I would love to hear your feedback, as everyone at CCP loves to do, so please stop by the UI Corner here at Fanfest or leave your thoughts and ideas on the Little Things page on eveonline.com. That was all from me, so now please help me welcome on stage CCP Nomad.
Honestly, those updates to the map reminds me of in the original, like walking in stations stuff, how the TV would tell you about things that have been going on in the area, like recent incursions, recent newer players, big battles, or whatever. It'd be cool for you to be able to open up the map and see that kind of stuff in a more cogent way. Yeah, can you skin contact punch?
2005. Who of you have been playing this game for 20 years or so? Make some noise! I am CCP Nomad. I am senior game designer for EVE Online, and I started playing EVE in 2005. At the beginning, I was just flying around, doing some missions, some random stuff, just admiring the visuals, the music of the game, but I always knew that there's something deeper there that I haven't experienced yet. And I've been reading EVE forums and seeing all the banners that people had under their posts, and one day I noticed like one that got my attention especially. It was something about the industry, like mining, building stuff. I
don't know if the new forums does this. I think maybe they enabled it again. But it is true, like the original forums allowed you to have any kind of banner or whatever that you wanted on your signature post. And so that was a big thing back in the day. Obviously it was touch and go about how good of quality they were, or how acceptable they were, but yeah.
Didn't know really, but the banner looked very cool and I wanted to have it as well. So I just applied to join that corp and they took me in. It was that easy 20 years ago. I made Space Friends. You can tell this is a pretty old screenshot from EVE.
Yep.
Soon after I joined, we completed our first core project, so to speak, together as a corporation. Our first POS. It was a big deal back then, and everyone was super engaged. I was spending more and more time playing EVE and getting closer to the new friends that I've made. So I decided, well, I'll just invite them to my city to hang out. Turns out, real-life hangouts with you guys aren't not easy, really. And a few months later, we created an alliance and completed another project, which was our first capital. Again, those things were really a big deal 20 years ago. And then the real-life hangouts became the norm. So this is a picture of our alliance summit at my apartment, like 19 years ago, where 15 adult men were watching EVE trailers on a CRT screen.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, I couldn't hear that, sorry. So we became really close with these people. So when a few years later I was getting married, my corp mates hot dropped my wedding ceremony. Yeah, my wife was quite amused. She's somewhere here in the audience. But let's have a round of applause to all our partners who endured this madness. So 2025, I'm still in touch with many of the people that I met in EVE over the years, and I don't think I would be here on stage 20 years later if I didn't join a corp within my first week of playing the game. And all of that just because of a cool-looking banner. In the next expansion, we are introducing a tool that will allow your corp to show their colors better. Corporation Palette. A corp palette.
See, this is another one of those things that, like, what they're adding in on the 27th is kind of small, but more importantly, you have to understand the potential of where it's going in order to really understand what you're getting. So, you know, obviously they show things like the Skinner concepts and stuff like that for where you would use the corp palette, but what we're getting on the 27th is kind of the smallest piece of that. But it's in much the same way that Equinox introduced skyhooks before they were the major feature, and like we had 6 months to kind of get used to them and get them, you know, find their place in the game. So too, like we will, this whole process of branding and the way we think about our corps and our identity, like it's going to take some time for us to process that. So, you know, they're giving us the tools now, but they're putting it in our head where they're going with these tools.
That will be composed of 3 colors, which you will be able to modify individually. And in this new section of brand management in the corp window. Each color will have access to full RGB range, and as you heard yesterday, you could use like RGB values or hexes, so you could just copy your out-of-game colors into the in-game tool to represent your corporation. And in the future, you will be able to also apply this color palette directly to the corp skins for the ships or for the structures. So in 2025, corporations in EVE will look cooler than ever before. Now,
and like, so one of the things, because they talk about this in some of the Q&As and stuff like that too, where it's like, are these going to be connected? No, they're not going to be connected. Like Skinner and the corporation identity branding stuff are going to be completely separate for now. And they talk about like how they're going to need, or trying to figure out how to do this. And I think that the solution is really, really simple, right? All you need to do is, if we go, hold on. Like, if we go into Skinner right now, and I go to customize a ship, let's customize. So we have this custom ship, right? But this custom ship has custom colors. This color is Deep Void. This is Flaylock Steel. This is Neon Foil. And this is Zakura Cherry, right? So all you would need to do is make it so that, like, instead of specifying this as Deep Void Matte, I specify this as Corporation Primary Color. Corporation Accent Color. Like, you assign those to the position. So that way, when I apply the skin, whatever the corporation's branding's colors are automatically get put in as the colors for that skin. So everybody can have their own individual skins for the ships that they're flying. Because they keep on talking about, like, oh, well, how do I make sure that I have the same skin for the entire fleet? You could actually make it so that everybody has their own individual skins, but it's the corp colors that are being applied to the color positions of those skins. And I think that that's probably going to be the best way to do it. But that's just me. That's my free advice to them, I guess. I don't know.
Why EVE players join corporations? The reasons are usually very pragmatic, like universe domination, right?
What is CCP's track record on actually building the new small features that they introduced? Do they actually tend to expand over time, as the potential implies? Prior to 2020, CCP had a long and glorious history of working on a thing, getting it about 90% of the way to being good, and then never touching it again for another decade. And that caused a lot of consternation. However, during invasions, it was noted by those of us who participated in it that especially when it came to PvE, we saw a lot more iteration and whatnot as a concept. But especially now that they've gotten past, like, into the new world of their new setup with Uprising and beyond, like, they've done really, really good at everything building on each other. Because if you think about it, like, in their world, they have these pillars of the construction, right? So one of their pillars is about branding and self-identity. So yeah, they're going to keep working on these things. It may not necessarily, some of them may dead end. Like for instance, the Evermarks for corporation logos, like using Evermarks for more effects and stuff, that has, at least for now, seemed to have dead ended. But when it comes to these building on things like the map or the Skinner tools, yeah, no, they've absolutely continued to build up and up and up and up from things in the last 3 years in particular.
And that requires some collaboration, and corporations are just tools for that. And you know core projects already, a system allowing corporations to communicate.
Michael, that would be true if you assume that there's some reason why some colors are harder to do than others, right? Like this idea, this paradigm of you having to have the correct Skinner component for the color, like that's cool and all, but like there's no reason why these couldn't just be color pickers too. They just aren't, because that's not CCP's design. So these could easily be replaced by corporation chosen colors, and they would just slot in, because ultimately this color too is just an RGB value, right? Yes, you can pay for your dailies with Evermarks. I'm not counting that as an expansion of Evermarks, because Evermarks was designed for heraldry, and they haven't expanded heraldry effects beyond icon logos. Finding other uses for Evermarks doesn't count. Satin, gloss, matte. Well, I mean, that's just 3 different, like that's just color. Like that's just a checkbox. Like that's a separate, like you could even say corporate color gloss, corporate color satin, corporate color matte. Like those are just properties on top of the color. I'm just saying, like, it's not as, my point is that the solution is closer than you would think. That's all I'm saying. Potentially.
Their goals to the members, and for the members to be able to contribute to those goals and earn some ISK while doing so. So I wish that feature existed. I
still want new colors, new lights. I'm not going to stop bitching about them abandoning Evermarks for corporation logos and other advancements until I get Snake Hat. I've been saying that since they first showed me Snake Hat. I will not shut up about Snake Hat.
20 years ago, when we were building our first POS, or just gathering materials for our first capital. And we've heard many stories about how you use the core projects to complete your goals. What? Sir, are you sure we have some contrary evidence that you actually do use them? It's not really just bollocks. And I've been talking to you for the whole week now, and I've heard very cool stories about how your corporations use them. And sometimes you get creative.
This is great.
And some of you...
It said, we use corp projects. So it says, we use corp projects in corp to make sure nobody is ratting. So one of the problems that you have a null group, right? You have a null empire. It's got thousands of people in it. There's some fighting going on, or there's something that requires a unified effort. You need everybody at the fight. But like, you can only do so much to compel people to do stuff. And so the problem is like, well, what do you do? How do you deal with the guy who's just sitting there ratting while everybody else is putting in the work? They're just sitting there making some money or whatever. So using this as a method to detect people ratting, because you can see when people are doing stuff, you don't even have to put an ISK reward on it. You just say, oh yeah, we're putting a project to rat in this system. And then when somebody rats in the system, you're like, ah, gotcha.
Creative.
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
And some of you use them a lot. Here's about half of active projects in Brave. Thanks, Brave, for allowing us to share this. So here's the other half. Well done. That's how you do it. This chart shows that you create about 300 new projects per day, and most of them for item delivery, unsurprisingly. Here you can see that you earn around 50 billion ISK per day from core projects. That's like 1.5 trillion ISK per month.
I think that we put out what Thran's. I think that we give out about 2 to 3 billion ISK a month currently through projects, just with our small little group.
And here we can see a chart showing corporations of various size. The top chart, the brightest one, is corporations over 100 members, and we can see that 60% of them use core projects. And now we are at the 5th iteration of the system, and in Legion, we are introducing something that you've heard yesterday. Freelance jobs. Freelance jobs will be similar to corporation projects. It's an extension of that system with one major difference. These will be available to capsuleers outside of the issuing corporation. So this opens up a free market for work, for jobs, similar to how the current market system allows for exchange of goods for ISK with parties without prior relationship. The system will do the same, but for activities, for actions that you can take, not just for items that you can exchange. And while this will allow you to outsource some of the work that you need to get done, the primary function of the system is recruitment. This is a potential new place.
Yeah, Shazar, I talked about this yesterday in the fact that, like, I don't think that they mean player-based missions in the idea of, like, you get to design your own mission, because that is rife for abuse. But what that means is that if CCP puts the sites in the game, then we can reward people and direct people to doing it, right? So, for instance, the crisis is happening, so there's sites spawning in a specific system. We can put up an opportunity to run those sites. That's basically a player-built mission, right? Because a mission is two different things. There's the activity itself, and then there's the thing pointed to that activity, the agent. So as long as that thing already exists and we're just pointing to it, then player missions can exist. Also, the amount of people giving fucking shit to people using AI art, I'm so sick of it. But all right, well, I'm probably going to rant about it more in a little bit. But
his name is Adam, obviously, and he will start playing in a few weeks. So far, he's been playing RPG games, and he was getting quests from NPCs that have the exclamation mark over their head. Adam isn't really impressed with all that. And then he comes to Eve and looks at freelance jobs. And he realizes that all these are made by other players, by you. Like, some of you probably remember the moment when you realized that all the market orders are actually issued by players. And like, to me, that was something that blew my mind, right? Like, completely player-run economy of the game. And
yeah, Bourbon,
we all
why not?
know together
Gentleman
that
Gamer
this
07
magic comes from the fact that it is you who create the content in it. And we want new players to realize that as soon as possible. So Adam starts making some serious ISK from freelance projects, of course, if you fund them. And then he receives some guidance in those projects, in those jobs, where you will be able to provide, for example, a recommendation for a fitting that is suitable for the particular job. That is something that Adam is missing today, where they get some guidance from you without, again, having to talk to you first.
Hey, for a new bro.
And then, if you see Adam performing well,
that's
and
huge.
By you I mean people who issue those projects, who are project managers in the corporations, you will see Adam performance, their contribution to the project.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically that.
You initiate a conversation with Adam. And it is you who invite them to the corporation. It will be much easier for Adam to accept the state of things like that, rather than them being responsible for initiating the first contact, because you are a scary bunch, let's be honest.
It's true. Like, that's the thing, is that EVE Online is a game in which, like, it is so important for players to get involved with other players. But the one thing that players know when they come to join EVE Online is that they can't trust anybody. It kind of goes in the face of what we need people to do. So we need systems that can be used to allow for limited amounts of trust, so that way players can at least, like, because they're playing a game that they've heard is Psychopath Simulator. So, yeah, we got to bridge that gap somehow.
And in a couple of years, Adam will be right here.
And honestly, sure, fly out to Amamake and this blinged out frigate for 50 million. People are going to do that, and that's fine. Like, sure, I want people to do that.
So there will be 6 contribution methods for freelance jobs
and
at the initial
not
release.
To. I mean,
you should know all of them from the corporation projects. They will work.
But on the plus side, now they have a vendetta and a grudge and a reason to get back at you. So, you know, that's good.
The same way, but let's just quickly go over them.
That's true, honestly, that I run into more problems with people who, like, you know, talking to new players. One of the issues that new players run into, I don't actually hear new players complain about, like, oh, yeah, I can't really, I don't know if I can trust the alliance I'm joining, but more like, my alliance immediately called me a spy. What do I do about that? You know?
Destroy non-capsuleers is essentially ratting. Those jobs will be good for example, increasing ADMs, as you've seen in the Brave projects. They have a lot of that. Damage capsuleers, essentially bounties in a way, maybe without killing.
So I bitched about this during the chat or during the stream or whatever, but at some point in this stream, they do mention something that gives me a hope that, because right now these do not include the pirate faction warfare, but I think that they're supposed to fix that. Maybe not by the 27th, but soon, hopefully, because like it's complete BS if pirates can't engage with freelance jobs for their work, but the empires could. Like that would suck.
The capsuleers without the kill mail yet, that is coming soon, but this one will be useful for that. Then mine materials, again, good for ADMs, but also like mine materials or destroy non-capsuleers, it will be just good for you to assess like how quickly someone could rat or mine stuff, and maybe that will be the way for you to judge whether they are suitable potential recruit. Then we have capture factional warfare complex and defend factional warfare complex. So now the organizations in factional warfare will be able to outsource the work needed to either capture the system or defend it.
And that's what I was talking about yesterday as being a natural consequence of this.
And ship insurance.
Or use case.
Like if you feel benevolent and if you want to impress a new player and reimburse their rifter that they are losing in a mission or in a gate camp, then this one will be something that you will be able to show off your corporation as supportive to a potential.
A couple things also that they note later that is kind of important to think about now when you're looking at this is that, one, they said that even on the 27th, they are going to tie this to, like, you can put a requirement of the age of the character. So, for instance, if I say, like, hey, I want to be able to provide SRP for people, you can also say, if your character is over 10 days old, you're not eligible for it. The other thing that's worth noting is that they said that, like, you're going to have to, for a freelance job, you're going to have to pay for it to be available to everybody. So, like, there will be scam freelance jobs, don't get me wrong. But they do have to pay to put up those jobs, and the jobs have a limited range. So you can only see jobs that are available up to 5 jumps from you. And they also said that at least some of the jobs, like, you have to, like, accept it, right? So currently with opportunities, it's like whoever does it, like, you just get the thing. Like, if you as long as that opportunity is available to your corporation and you do the thing that is eligible for it, you automatically get rewarded for it. In this case, it's more like you're going to have to pick a thing and be like, I want to be eligible for this job. And then you go and do it, and then you get accepted. And you can only have, like, I think it was 5 different missions accepted at one time. So there's limited range, it costs money to put things up, and people have to, like, accept the quest, as it were, in a way that the current opportunities don't have. So there is balancing factors in this, and this is a whole new paradigm. So we're going to have to see, like, this is the thing that, like, people don't think that this expansion is going to be big. This is going to be big. This is going to fundamentally change the way that we relate to this game.
Player. So it may not cost you very much, but
Yeah, the other thing that they said is that they're going to make these access lists controllable. Not right away necessarily, but that way, like, for instance, we have 2 alliances, and one of the problems that we have is getting alliance, the invited. We have opportunities for Malro. In fact, right now, just to show it off a little bit, we have, as of right now, 4.7 billion ISK up for grabs within Malro. In various different projects, and we're always putting up new ones. I forgot the point that I was just about to make with that fact. I just wanted to show that off, I guess. Oh, right. But the problem is that, like, a lot of our guys are in our second alliance invited. So it's like, if I do something on my invited character, like if I go mine, I then have to transfer it to my Malro character to then turn it in. So what they're going to do is they're going to make it so that you could, like, I can make an access list so that way the jobs are available for both COE and invited, right? So, yeah. But that's coming later. I think that the one restriction that you can have on it right now in what's coming in the 27th is based on player age.
It would be a significant help for a new player if they could get a ship reimbursed if they lose it. When it comes to visibility of freelance jobs, like today, corporation projects are obviously visible to all the members of the corp. Freelance jobs will be a bit different.
Oh, 20 broadcasting locations per job. That's cool.
Up to 100 active jobs at the same time. The corp show info will be showing all the jobs issued and active from that particular corporation. So many players just flying around who check other characters when they see them on gates or in space, and then they check up on their corporation, will see all the projects, all the jobs that your corporation have issued. And also, that's the primary way, the opportunities window will show the jobs that are being broadcasted from within 5 jumps from where the viewer is. So you'll be to select up to 20 broadcast locations, which are
Don't worry,
the
they'll
source
make
systems
it
where you
worse
have
by
an
the time they
office
make it better.
to broadcast those jobs from there. So, for example, starter systems are very good candidates to broadcast your jobs, where a new player opening our opportunities window will see a list of the jobs and your corporation's job among them. And when it comes to access,
3 jobs.
at first, we're giving you just one tool to control the access to your jobs, which will be the character age or capsuleer age. You will be able to set the limit, for example, how old or how young the capsuleer must be to be able to accept the job. So, for example, you want only new players, let's say under 30 days old, you can do that. So others cannot really take that job without, like, all the older players that may not necessarily want to get recruited. They may be taking those jobs only to get the ISK out of that. You will be able to set the limit to exclude these people. And the fees. So corporation projects are free to create, but freelance jobs will have some fees. Not big, but these are subject to change, depending on how you are going to use the system. So there is a base duration fee, like 100,000 ISK per day of duration of the project, but also 150,000 per day per location for the broadcasting fee. We can talk more about that on the panel that follows soon after. And rewards, of course, it is up to you how much you want to reward.
Is a coalition an actual entity in game? No.
Players for doing the job. Now, besides the freelance jobs, we looked at the recruitment path overall, and we decided to make some improvements. Not all of them are coming right in the expansion release, but what are you going to see? It's planned for somewhere around the summer. So these are coming soon. First one, a custom message when sending an invite to a recruit. That's a new thing, right? So far, you haven't been able to do that. You can send only an invite and it has no message, so we'll give you that opportunity to say something about yourself or your group. The next one is about languages. Currently, when you create an ad for your corporation, you can pick only one of the 7 languages that the game client support. But you speak more languages than that, right? Like, how about this, for example? These are just... we've got a lot of feedback from players who are trying to find a suitable group for them, and they speak.
I feel like Hebrew's rough, right? Because, like, there's probably some other examples on here, but, like, just because your alliance, like you say, okay, our alliance supports Hebrew, but the client doesn't support the Hebrew letters. Most of these other ones, like, at least you'd be able to type things out to each other. Wait, is Triglavian on here? No. Right? No. That'd be really funny. Triglavian isn't actually a language, though. It's more of a font.
Speak a specific language, and they cannot choose a filter to be applied for the corp finder, for example. So this should help. Then, local time shown on your adverts. Not just Eve time, but local time as well. So,
can we get this everywhere? Can we have an option that everywhere in Eve has the ability to show local time and Eve time as an option? Like, this is great. Great idea. Let's run with this.
When you are setting up your time zone for the corporation advert, you see both Eve time and your local time, and the same for the potential recruits. They see their local time as well. This should help in deciding, like, is that time zone suitable for me? Now you would have to do some calculations. Not anymore. Now, there are other three letters. There are three letters that some of you get very excited, and it's not Eve, it's ESI.
That's true.
So we are doing some stuff with ESI for the corporation projects and freelance jobs as well. So soon you will be able to have access to the ESI endpoints for the corporation projects, just the read access about the list of the projects and the details of the projects, and the list of contributors with the contributions they have made. So it will be much easier now to manage projects and maybe provide some extra rewards or build some rankings within your corp. Soon after, we'll do this.
I just had a thought. Wouldn't it be great if they added in utilities, like, we haven't gotten a new utility in a long time, but like in the same way that we have a calculator in game, wouldn't it be awesome if there was a time zone converter in game where you could like put any time and it like lets you see any other time zone, or if you put in some time based on a time zone, it gives you your local time, just like a quick little translator, because everybody uses it. Like we have to go and like convert stuff to GMT all the time. It'd be pretty cool if they put in an in-game tool. Let's get little things on that.
The same for freelance jobs. You will have access to all that data in ESI. But finally, sometime later, we are planning on adding endpoints for creating both corporation projects and freelance jobs. So you will be able to automate the way you create the projects for the corp and the jobs for the potential recruits. You will be able to create sort of campaigns that have interdependencies, like between one project and another. If you build all those tools, you will be able to create like lists of projects on websites. Like, you will do your stuff.
One of the things that they ask in the organizational Q&A, which we may end up not actually watching today because, well, we'll watch the ship Q&A one for sure, but I'm throwing in a lot of the notes that come from that other one. But somebody was asking about how, like, can you make something that triggers on a conditional? So, like, if the ADMs drop, that it automatically deploys a project to incentivize ratting in that system, for example. And his point was that once it's in the API or the ESI, we'll be able to do that, right? And that's actually a pretty cool idea, that you could, like, you could theoretically have, you know, if you detect with the API, let's say I want to defend a specific system in faction warfare. If that system gets above 30% contested, we automatically drop a new opportunity to work on it. That'd be awesome.
Per usual. So what's the future?
07, thanks for dropping by, Clue. Hope to talk to you again soon.
What I just told you. We developed a new technology allowing us to create new contribution methods much faster. So initially there will be only 6 coming later in May on the release, but soon after we'll be able to create many, many more much faster. And we taking a look at the deliver item project. Right now, there's some hindrance there, like you cannot have two active deliver item projects at the same time asking for the same item type, because they both progress when you deliver that item. We're changing that.
Him just saying that makes me nervous, because we've definitely done this before, where we will double up a project, and it doesn't seem like it counts towards both of them, but maybe we've overpaid a couple people.
For core projects, and it will be working like that for freelance jobs as well. More conditional restrictions to freelance jobs. The access restrictions that I mentioned before regarding the age. You will be able to decide whether you want members of NPC Corps or others. And Air Career Program score. So for example, you will be able to decide, I want only the players who have completed Air Career Program Explorer Career to be able to do the jobs, or maybe the opposite. You want only the ones that are new, which have a very small amount of points in the ACP. And lastly, another 3 letters that get some of you so excited. Access control lists, ACLs.
That's the big one.
As a control for who can access the projects, but not only who can join it, but also who can see it. So let's say you have an alliance and you have an ACL with your alliance on it, and you are applying it to a freelance job. It's like alliance projects.
Yay!
This is everything from me, but just remember, you are the Legion. Make it grow. Thank you.
Can I get a hell yeah? This is awesome. One more time, hell yeah. All right, thank you, everybody. That was incredible. I hope you're as excited for Legion as I am. Wherever you find yourself in EVE, whatever purpose you build, just remember that together we give purpose to the universe, and in purpose is power. Please make sure to check out some of our awesome...
When you make a new project, you can copy an old project to be like the template for the new project. So theoretically speaking, Mela, that is something that you can basically do.
Keynotes after this, ship balance, freelance projects. I know you guys have a ton of questions, I'm sure. And I hope to see you out there in the halls. Please come find me, say hello. And most of all, please take care of one another and make sure to hydrate. See you later.
All right. So that is the Legion keynote, and it only took us 2 hours and 48 minutes to make it through it. So we're doing fine, guys. We're doing great. I'm going to skip ahead. We're going to skip straight to the ship balancing one because, like I said, we just went over a whole bunch of the corporation ones. So I think that it's probably going to be, everybody kind of wants to know what's going to happen with ships, right? Like that's the next thing that we all want to know. So let's go ahead and skip ahead to that one.
Join us to discuss not just ship and module balance coming with the expansion, but any and all balance topics.
And this panel is like such a fucking heavy hitter panel. CCP Trash Panda, CCP Master Plan, CCP Kestrel, and CCP Fozzie.
Hello.
If you need introduction to any of them, just realize that they're big deals. CCP Kestrel used to be Setonia. Eve is Easy fame. Wait, nope. That's different. That's Rise. CCP Kestrel was Setonia. No, Setonia did Eve is Easy, right? Wait, was that Rise or was that Setonia? Now I can't remember. But CCP Fozzie is an old member of Pandemic Legion who joined a while ago during whatever. And has been integral in a lot of EVE ever since basically, well, there's a reason why the Aegis Sov was nicknamed Fozzie Sov, we'll put it that way. Trash Panda has been pretty active and involved in a lot of this stuff. Of course, Master Plan is one of the higher level devs that make sure that things happen. So this is a heavy hitting panel.
Well, I don't think I could ever match Nomad's gusto, so I'm just going to say hello, Fanfest. My name's CCP Trash Panda, and me and our esteemed guests here are here to talk about ships and balance. So I'd like to do a quick introduction with the group here, and then Fozzie has prepared a small presentation where we'll just go through what you could expect in the Legion expansion. And then we'll open up to some questions from either side of the audience. How does that sound? Good?
I keep trimming my beard.
Woo. Okay, so.
Hey everybody, I'm CCP Fozzie. I'm one of the game designers on EVE.
Yep, I'm CCP Castro. I work QA, but I've been working on some of the balance changes in this expansion.
Yep, I'm CCP Masterplan. I'm a senior software engineer on EVE gameplay.
And with that, Fozzie.
All right, so
actually, before we do this, I'm actually going to do the first skin giveaway. So let's go ahead and final chance to go ahead and jump into this chance to win. So exclamation point plunder in chat if you haven't already for your chance to win one of these 2 skins, either the Kikimora or the Synesis. In fact, we can actually look at it in game. Maybe. So we have the Synesis skin, which has the drifter sweep down the front and the cool little wings on the sides here. It's got the gold with precursor plate appearance. The Synesis is, of course, one of the best transportation ships for a high and low sec, being a sub 2-second align time with over 1,500 meters cubed as a cargo space. It is second to none when it comes to being a zippy hauler for high and low sec. And also you get a free one right now if you do the event track that is ongoing. Or there's the Kikimora, which is an incredibly popular ship. Very, very powerful destroyer. This one has that cool black and teal motif, which, of course, black teal is a combination that I personally like, with the gold stripes down the middle and the skulls on the arms. You can choose each one of whichever one of them that you want. We'll be doing one giveaway now, and then I'll be setting up another giveaway for later. But this is your last chance. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. I mean, closing the entry in about 40 seconds from me saying this, which there's a stream delay. So the stream delay is not 40 seconds. So when I see this hit 0 seconds, we've got 30 seconds according to right now. That should give you plenty of time. Now's your last chance. Don't wait till the last second. You'll get shut out. So don't blunder. Type exclamation point plunder. We're probably going to be doing some Abyss runs here in a little bit. So we're going to do like, we plunder the Abyss, or I plunder the Abyss while you plunder my skin collection. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. Want to punch a nice little skins? No. All right. Oh, we're done. We're done. That's the last chance. I'm going to give those a chance to come in. I think that's it. Closing it now. All right, we're locked out. Okay, we're going to pick a winner in 3, 2, 1. Mela, you here? X up in chat with your in-game name and whether or not you want the Synesis or the Kikimora skin. Excellent. There he is. Congratulations. I just need your in-game name and which one of the 2 you would like. And of course, remember guys, if you did not win one and you still want something along these lines, contact Punchinello in Discord. So, Mela, just go ahead and let me know which one of the 2 that you want. Same as the YouTube, the Kiki. Okay. We're going to do Kiki. I just send this over. Specific target. Nope, that's not it. That's you, right? You have 1 day to accept it. There you go. Congratulations. Thank you so much to Punch for providing these skins. And let's get back to the stream.
The way this, welcome to the panel, everyone. The way this is going to go is we're going to do a quick.
I will also say, guys, if you enjoy all of this coverage of the Twitch or of the FanFest, please consider, make sure you like the video. That's very, very important. Share it with a friend. Very, very important. But also consider becoming a member or a patron, supporting the stream, or you can super chat, super like, you can tip me on PayPal. There's all different kinds of ways. If you appreciate what I do here, it's very important, food is good. I like food. So please consider supporting the stream. And thank you for those who have already made the choice so far to do so. You ordered the mug? Excellent. Which mug?
Quick overview of the balance changes that are coming in the Legion expansion on the 27th, later this month. And then the majority of the time will be dedicated to Q&A. So like Trash Panda said, we've got microphones on both sides here, and once we get to the Q&A section, you can feel free to line up at both of them, and we'll kind of go back and forth and answer the questions as best we can. You can feel free to ask questions about any and all ship and module balance topics. So I'm sure you'll have questions about the stuff coming in Legion, but if you have questions about things that we did in the major balance patch earlier this year or things that we might do in the future, feel free to ask that stuff too. As a disclaimer, everything we're about to show you is still work in progress and is subject to change. We're at a point in hardening for the expansion, but plenty of stuff can still change, especially based on feedback and playtesting. So not all of this will necessarily be 100% the same when it launches on the 27th. So first, let's go over some of the new modules and implants that are going to be coming with the expansion. These are going to be sourced from expiration content generated by the new expiration solve upgrades. As K1P1 mentioned in the keynote, there's going to be new expiration solve upgrades that have expiration sites that can escalate to special rare sites, and some of the new rewards from these will include some new modules and implants. There's going to be a new wedge part implant set, which is a bonus to virus coherence for data and relic analyzers. A new faction scanning upgrade module that benefits probe strength, scan time, and scan deviation. And new rare storyline module versions for micro jump drives, reactive armor hardeners, and local versions of ancillary armor repairs and ancillary shield booster.
So here we go. First of all, this is the stuff that's going to be coming from the escalations. That's why I was saying, I need to be able to access this stuff as somebody who's going into nullsec doing exploration as well, not just the people that happen to know where the upgrades are. But let's look at these one at a time. The first two are honestly not that impactful. The wedge implant set, it is a bonus to virus coherence. For those of you who do not know, coherence is like your hit points, but virus strength is by far the more significantly valuable stat of the two and harder to get. You can get rigs that increase virus coherence. You can't really get it for virus strength. This is actually the reason why Black Glass is such a powerful implant, because when you're doing hacking, you do damage to the defense module first, and only if that defense module is still alive, does it do damage to you back. So the higher your virus strength, the less hits you take. Virus coherence is only necessary when you take hits. So while virus coherence is valuable, it's not nearly as strong as, say, virus strength. The other thing is there already are scanning upgrade modules, one for strength, scan time, and deviation, one each, that go into your mid slots. They're already not that useful, or not that used, I should say, in a lot of fits, I would say, most of the time, although some people like to use them to help compensate, especially for probe strength, if you're going to be scanning down some of the harder sleeper caches or whatever. It's unclear this seems to indicate that there's a faction module that will do all 3 of the benefits at the same time, whereas the current one only does 1 of the 3, depending on which one it is. So I don't know whether or not these are faction versions of all 3 of those, or if it's one faction module that that increases all 3. But given what it says, it sounds like it's a single module that boosts all 3, where the current modules only boost 1 of the 3. And then the final one is, I think, the biggest potential, even though we get the least amount of information about it. Like the storyline version of micro jump drives, reactive armor hardeners, and ancillary reppers. Reactive armor hardener it stands out to me, but in this case, these are all things that like have a version of it, but they don't really upgrade at all, right? I imagine that the micro jump drive will probably spool faster, as an example of what it could do. Reactive armor hardeners could also cycle faster, which will allow them to react more to or faster to whatever the damage type that's coming in. And ancillary armor reppers and shield boosters, very, very strong. They already can get mutaplasmid, which is pretty strong, but like this offers another possibility for upgrade paths. I particularly like to have like an ancillary armor repper is one of my 2 reppers if I'm going dual rep for an armor ship, especially for PvP. So that's pretty tasty for me, although these are going to be rare, so probably expensive. Yes, that's true, Nico. You did guess T2 reactive armor hardener, so close, so close. But the other thing is, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, resistances across the board are about to get a lot better, or at least resistance module items. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that.
As storyline modules, these last category here are going to both be a bit more powerful in their base stats. So like the reactive armor hardener will do a bit more resistances, and the
unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily imply new Cosmos missions, because some of that can be from exploration too. I think, as he's just putting here, it has to do with how much, what the meta level of it is, and therefore how much stat allocation is put into it. So the storylines are just going to be, has more of a benefit allocated to it than a normal faction would. Yeah, Zegma BPCs are from hacking sites. Are Zegma storyline? Hold on. Zegma are storyline. Huh. I always thought of them as a faction. Good catch.
Armor reps will do a little bit more repairing, but their biggest benefits are going to be on things like fitting and capacitor use and things like that. Overall, I think they're going to be very strong and relatively rare modules, so they'll be pretty attractive. We're also making some big changes to a couple of Tech 1 cruisers, including one of the ones that's getting a really big redesign visually. I'll go through this, and do you want to talk through some of the details, Kestrel?
Yeah, sure. So we're making a few balance changes to the thorax. We're just making it a bit faster, making it a bit easier to fit, since it was the least used attack cruiser out of the 4.
So when he says attack cruiser, there are designations for types of ships that CCP uses. Hey, Jeff, 07 for that. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Very, very thoughtful of you. Very much appreciated. You're the man. So attack, there's attack and combat. Combat means more tank, whereas attack usually means more speed, right? So the Thorax would be the attack cruiser, where the Vexor would be the combat cruiser. So the attack, so we've got like, the Thorax would be in the same category as the Omen, the Caracal, and the, not the Rupture, the other one, right? Why did my brain just fall out? stabber. It's the stabber. It's the stabbity stab stab. Right? Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Stabber. Look, there's been a lot to think about, okay? Give me a break. So, but like the thorax, one of the things that I like about this particular change, the thorax has struggled. As they point out here, it's the slowest of the attack cruisers, which is kind of like the thorax has always been in kind of a sad spot. Like even when we were doing like faction warfare builds back in the day, like it was very hard to justify making a fit for the thorax because like you want it for almost like a heavy tackle kind of things because it's supposed to be fast, but it just doesn't necessarily fill that role. You know, the stabber is going to be faster. And in a world in which, you know, you're going to want to use blasters more likely than not, like being fast is kind of critical because your range, you know, you can't swing much farther past your nose. So having one of the slowest attack cruisers be also the most range dependent. The ENI is a faction cruiser, not a base T1 cruiser. That's the difference here. So we'd be comparing the ENI to the Caracal Navy issue, not the Caracal. We're comparing the Thorax to the Caracal. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I know that you know, but I'm just be careful. But the point here is that the Thorax has always really struggled with its supposed niche because it needs speed, but it doesn't have speed, and so it ends up having its range dictated too much, and it can't actually do what it needs to do. So much needed buff. Love it. Thank you.
So hopefully this should make it a bit better.
And fits really well with the fact that it's getting a new coat of paint as well in the expansion.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah, and we're making a bit of a rework to the Rupture. It was very similar to the Stabber. It had 2 damage bonuses, but the Stabber actually did more damage than it because it just has the bigger rate of fire bonus and a fall-off bonus, and fall-off for autocannons just ends up being more damage, and then the Stabber also had an extra missile hardpoint on top of that.
What he's saying there is, you know, for those of you who watch my turret videos, you know, lasers have a very far optimal short fall off. Projectiles have a very long, very short optimal long fall off. So projectiles are often fighting somewhere in their fall off, which means any increase in range is actually increase in damage, right?
So we're actually taking away the rate of fire bonus from it, but merging some of that bonus into the projectile damage bonus, and then giving it a tracking speed bonus. So now the Rupture should be hopefully a bit better than the Stabber when broadening up in close range, and it'll be a lot better with artillery fits because it'll have more alpha and tracking.
Yeah, I expect this is going to be a pretty attractive ship for like entry-level, inexpensive, throwaway RD fleet doctrines. It's going to be pretty fun for that kind of concept because you can afford to lose Ruptures pretty easily, and it's going to be a really strong medium RD ship with these bonuses.
Yeah, more drone bandwidth is good.
We also have some big changes coming to logistics. How many of you guys here fly Logi? How many of you guys here rely on your Logi bros to keep you alive in every fight? Yeah. So we're giving some love to the Logi bros, both through changes to ships, but also changes to modules and some of the bonuses related to them as well. So first thing, this is actually something that we mentioned in the keynote, but there was a bit of miscommunication in the keynote. The section that talked about a bonus to remote armor repairs, this is what it was actually referring to. So we'll go through the exact details here. What's happening is, at the moment on Tranquility right now, when you overheat a remote...
This is what I was explaining earlier, guys. So this is just Fozzie explaining.
Armor or shield booster, you get a rate of fire bonus, but you don't get a bonus to the amount that it repairs. So that's unlike things like when you overheat a gun, you get both damage and rate of fire bonuses. So what we're doing is we're adding a repair amount bonus for overheating on top of the existing rate of fire bonus that you get, or cycle time bonus that you get when you overheat remote reps.
And this is one of those things that, like, you may not understand how big of a deal it is, but like, go watch my logistics is awesome video to fully understand like where this comes in. When you're really like, when you're talking about doing logistics on a high level, like getting excited about it, which logistics is amazing to fly. A lot of it has to do with heat management, right? Because, you know, being able to heat a little bit in order to save somebody and then pulling off the heat and changing it around. No, it's all reps. It's all remote reps. Like the proper application of heat is the difference between like a good Logi pilot and a great Logi pilot. So like the relationship between heat and Logi is already like baked in there. So by just making that difference between heating and not heating even more impactful, it makes that decision more meaningful and more interesting. And I am as a Logi pilot so here for that. If in fact, like arguably that this little change could be a contender for the most exciting change of this expansion if it wasn't for the fact that there are these other huge changes coming.
This is going to make advanced kind of edge-of-your-seat Logi gameplay for high-skilled pilots more powerful, but of course you have the big risk that you're going to have to deal with heat and potentially burning out your modules. So this is just a straight-up buff when you are heating your modules. This also has the side effect of being an extra benefit for Tech 3 cruisers because they get a benefit to the amount of benefits you get from overheating anything, and since you're going to get more benefits from overheating remote reps, that's a kind of secondary buff that's going to end up landing on all of the Tech 3 cruisers when you use them for remote reps.
It's also going to be increased by that firestorm effect that you can put in your sovereignty systems, because that increases the benefit of overheating your modules. So it'll make overheating Logi modules even more effective in that armor environment. That's, I think, what Random Sack was talking about when it comes to only armor rep, quote unquote. That technically would also help shields, but the other bonus in that same system is also armor. So obviously would more benefit armor than shields in that exact environment. But outside of that, this is going to be both a shield and armor buff.
You want to talk a bit about the changes to the saviors?
Yeah, sure. So we're updating the savior implant set. So now, right now, it gives a bonus to the cycle time of all subcapital remote reps, but it was pretty difficult to use because it also increases the cap cost of the remote repair modules, and that made it hard to use on ships that weren't the Nestor or the Zarmad. So, and also has to compete with other implants that you can put in that set. So if you're flying a Guardian, for example, you could use amulets there instead, or Genolutions. So hopefully this should make them feel a lot better.
So, pop quiz. You have an experienced pilot, and they have a ship, and they have a fit, and it's set up. And you have a non-experienced pilot, like an alpha pilot, a newer pilot, with that same ship and fit. Usually, 99% of the time, that more experienced pilot will just across the board have better numbers, right? They'll be able to fit things the other guys can't fit, blah, 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 blah. But now you have a scenario in which this guy with less skill points is cap stable with a specific ship, and the person with more skill points is not cap stable with that same ship. What is happening here? Well, what's happening is that there is the skill for armor reps actually increases the speed of armor reps. The problem is that every time a module cycles, it costs its capacitor cost. So by speeding up your armor reps, you could actually take a fit that with lower skills is cap stable and make it so it's no longer cap stable, because someone with higher skills, their armor rep will cycle faster, which means it'll cost them more capacitor to use it over time. Now, it's also more effective. They get more reps over time too, but there's this weird niche moment where technically getting more skills can take you from being cap stable to not cap stable. Saviors currently work that same way, in the fact that saviors increase how fast your armor reppers or your remote reppers cycle. But while that makes it so that you can rep more, it also means that it costs more capacitor. So a lot of setups that are cap stable when, or good with cap, if you put saviors on, sure, your potential for repping becomes better, but you actually also destabilize your capacitor. Now, obviously, for ships like Guardians and Basilisks that use cap chains often that isn't as impactful. The cap chain kind of more than compensates for that, but it can be a consideration. When we were doing invasions and getting our guys reps, we would actually have to have a special build for our guardians for people that used saviors versus didn't use saviors, so that way we could get the most out of we could compensate for that change in capacitor consumption for that having saviors would do. They're getting rid of that. So now saviors will reduce the cap cost by the same amount that it's reducing the cycle time. So you'll use the same amount of cap over time. You're just going to get more reps out of it, which is, obviously better. So also, he didn't mention Halos or any of the other, or Talons, or any of the other implant sets that a lot of Logi end up using, because he is right. Like the implants that Logi, the set for implants that Logi get to use is a highly contested position, right? Do you want to have your signature reduced? Do you want to have your scan, or not scan, but you want to be more resistant to being jammed, depending on whatever sensor strength you need, or do you want more fitting with the Genos, or in this case, saviors, better rep ability. So saviors have always really struggled. They should be the best. On paper, you would think that they're the best Logi implants, but because of everything I just said, they haven't been, and I think that this is going to be a good change to make them worth more.
And we're also relaxing the diminishing returns formula for remote reps a little bit as well. So as an example, if you have 100 fax reps on a target, which is 33 apostles, they'll now receive about 20 to 25% remote reps on the targets that they're repping.
Yeah. And to be clear, this won't only affect people that have 100 fax reps on them. It affects everywhere along the curve, but that's just an example to show you the amount that it'll be changing by.
He says everywhere along the curve, but so diminishing returns for reps is something that subcapitals will never really have to consider. So that is very much a capital change. That is one of various different features that we will see, and we have seen that, they've been talking about how they're trying to rebalance stuff for capital escalations, and they've been kind of low-key about some of the changes that they're making right now that escalates that, although we'll look at another one here in a few minutes. But this one with the rep diminishing returns is very much a capital scale conflict impactful thing. This has zero impact on subcapital logistics for the most part.
Yeah. We're also adding some new power grid to the strategic cruiser support processor subsystems. So these subsystems were kind of hurt more than they should have been when some changes were made to strategic cruiser power grid in general a few years back. And so we're adding some power grid back to those subsystems in particular to make the remote rep and command burst versions of Tech 3 cruisers a bit stronger.
I'm trying to help with that, Mr. Flat Earth. That's why I'm explaining all these things. Hopefully it's helping at least a little bit. So the strategic cruiser support processor subsystem is very strong. It's what allows T3 cruisers to both do command bursts and Logi. And the really powerful thing is, honestly, a lot of the times T3 cruisers are expected to do 2 roles at once. And so Logi and command bursts are like a natural good synergy for a Loki, for example, that goes around with a fleet. So having this extra power grid to do stuff, I love it. Great. Also, he makes a good joke about this.
This does thankfully mean that we heard some complaints that in the Revenant expansion we didn't do anything that buffs the Revenant at all. This means that in the Legion expansion there will be at least a small buff to the Legion. So, yeah. Makes us feel a little
good.
Bad. And we have more. We also have a set of changes to the ships themselves. So I'll go through them here, and if Kestrel, you want to talk a little bit about some of the details.
Yeah, so the last time we did a balance pass on logistics was actually in Revelations 2, which was well over a decade ago now. So we're making some changes, especially a lot of changes to the Aneira specifically, because it was by far the least used logistic cruiser. So we're giving it the reduction in armor plate mass penalty that the Exec Navy issue also gets. We should make it a lot more mobile for armor skirmishing. We're also improving the speed and agility a bit more, so it's closer to the Guardian. It was by far the least agile of the four, and it's also going to be a bit better at mitigating damage.
I think he meant Malik, I'm pretty sure he means Retribution, because Retribution was ship tierside. It actually was one of the biggest early projects of Fozzie, and that's where we get T1 logistics as a concept from. Because prior to that, basically, it was T2 logistics or bust. So I'm pretty sure he means Retribution, which would be about 10 years, a decade ago, not 2 decades. But so this Oneros change is a big deal. So, you know, Caldari and Amar are more fleet-oriented. Galente and Mimitar are more skirmish, individual-oriented. So, you know, the Basilisk and the Guardian work with cap chains. They rely on having more than one of them to link together for them to kind of form together. Where the Oneros and the Scythe, or Simi rather, was more like you could have an individual, or they're a bit more individualized as how they operate. However, that does lend you an interesting problem with a lot of Logi ships, where as a Logi ship you're targeted, but maybe you're the only Logi ship that's there. So the idea that they're more tanky, they have that same plate buff that the ENI has, I actually really, really love this. And I like the idea that the Galente are moving towards like plate restriction penalty or plate penalty reduction as kind of their flavor, because in it, like, the Galente are supposed to be armor, but also faster than Amar. That Amar are kind of this slow, clunky, projective force, where Galente are much more skirmishier. So this kind of feels like it fits into the Galente style a lot more, and gives the Oneros a better niche. Because one of the reasons why the Oneros struggle so much is that it also has to outperform the Zarmazd. You know, there's more options for armor Logi, and so the Oneros gets pushed out. So hopefully having its own buffer will really, really help. But also, like, don't get too excited. There's more buffs coming.
The Scimitar is getting a reduction in shield extender signature radius penalty per level, so might be very powerful, especially with...
So yeah, in the same way that, like, now... So both of them are getting benefits against the penalties that their tanking often gets, right? Plating a ship makes it slow and clunky. This is going to make them less slow and clunky. Shields often make things easier to hit. This is going to make it less easier to hit. Both of these become damage reduction, or like survivability bonuses in their own kind of way. I love it. I'm here for it.
Oversized afterburners. And the Basilisk is also receiving a few changes.
It's also, like, he talks about oversized afterburners, which I think is really cool, because the other thing is that armor reps have a tendency of being shorter range with a longer fall off, when shields have a longer range with a shorter fall off. So this idea that, like, you can have a shield repper that's like 50 kilometers away from the rest of the fleet burning away at, like, that it's too fast to hit, it's too fast to catch, but it's able to project its Logi into the fight, I think is a really cool idea. I'm looking forward to it.
We're giving it a bonus to shield hit points from shield extenders, so it will be a bit tankier. And
hold on.
And the Basilisk is also receiving a few changes. We're giving it a bonus to shield hit points from shield extenders, so it will be a bit tankier. And we're also making it a bit faster and a bit reducing the SIG a bit, because it was a lot bigger than the other ones. And then the Guardian and Zarmad are getting the least bonuses because they were the most used, but they're still getting a bonus to armor hit points.
Mm-hmm. So what that means is that the Simi and the Oneros, the more skirmishy ones, are getting benefits that make it them harder to take damage, right? Both what we just covered. But the more fleet-oriented ones, the Guardian and the Basilisk and the Zarmazd, they're getting easier to catch reps, right? Because the assumption is that if I'm taking damage with a Simi, there may or may not be another Logi on field to rep me. But if I'm in a Guardian, there is another Logi ready to rep me. And so when it comes to those fleet reps, it's about giving people just enough time to catch those reps. So those bonuses to extra armor, or to the bonuses to hit points, are going to be impactful for those fleet-based things, whereas the survivability bonuses of the armor plating and the shield extender, like nerfing that, or like bringing down their penalties, are going to make those more survivable naturally.
We're also making some big changes to some resistance modules. So this is something that we've been talking a lot with CSM about over the past year, and I know they've been pretty excited for us to reveal this to you guys.
So if you guys remember, 2 hours ago, I was talking about my buddy who would go hiking with steel-toed boots. So that way when he was done hiking and he took off those boots, he felt like $1,000,000. It was so easy to walk around because he was so used to hiking with boots on. Well, guess what? Surgical Strike with some pretty thick steel-toed boots.
I'll go through, and do you want to talk a little bit about some of the details, Resh?
Yeah, sure. So essentially, every year since the Surgical Strike changes have gone out, we've had at least some posts on Reddit and forums saying the resistance nerfs kind of suck. So what we've decided to do is just roll those back. So essentially, from the Legion expansion, there'll be a 10% increase to the resistance of all resistance modules in the game. This means that all ships using resistance modules will now just get tankier.
Okay, so in 2020, there was an update called Surgical Strike. Now, during Scarcity, there was a series of updates. Hey, thank you for that, becoming a supporter. Very, very, very appreciative. You get all those emotes, and make sure to tie your Discord with it, so that way you get access to the member-only chat, etc. Thank you. All right, so during Scarcity, there's kind of this theme where CCP would come out with an like an update that references a thing only to make that thing worse. So like for Wormholes with Love made a lot of wormholers mad, for example. Surgical Strike is probably the single most notorious update from Scarcity as far as balance goes, where they took a 20% reduction to all resistance modules across the board. This was incredibly punishing. This broke so many, everything from the abyss fits to burner missions. There's all kinds of, especially PvE, because think about it, with that 20% reduction, PvE was the most impacted, because that's when you're going to have those big X-type hardeners with the absolute maximum amount of resistances available to you. Well, guess what? If you were maximizing your resistances before, these just took it down, and there was no way to make up the difference because you already had it maxed out. So a lot of fits got broken, a lot of things got broken. Abyss got a lot harder to do. Invasions got harder to do, etc. Now, about half, at a certain point, they decided to ease off this a little bit and gave us back some of those resistances, I think within like about a year or two ago. But now they're just formally rolling this back. So this change is just going away. So now, obviously, this says 20%, and they're saying 11%. That's because of the difference between their previous rollback, right? So this plus the previous rollback completely undoes this resistance change from Surgical Strike, and good riddance. And just in time for Abyssal Farming. Exactly. I cannot wait to have a 97% thermal resistant Zarmazd again. It's going to be great.
More EHP, more survivability. Essentially, when we talk about the Surgical Strike changes, I also just want to make sure, when I'm saying this, that it is just the resistance changes. We're keeping...
And one more thing that's coming.
And one more thing.
But yes, but not like not the changes to ammo damage and stuff like that.
Right. So the reason why they're saying that is because the other thing that happened during Surgical Strike was they updated all of the short-range ammo to do more damage. So he's just specifying that the things that made it so that short-range ammo did more damage, that all remains untouched. The only piece of surgical strike that they're rolling back is the resistance change, which is still, thank you. That's all I'm going to say about that. And again, like this is actually one of the big ones where I was talking about how big of an impact, like a small thing, somebody might not even notice it, is going to be a big change for us. It's going to be huge for Abyss. I can tell you that at very minimum. Pod 7, 07 to you. I love it. I love it.
All right. Yeah, exactly. Everything else remains the same, but when it comes to resistance modules, that's the only thing we're changing. Mm-hmm. But
and I will note this is just the list of modules that I've got on here.
I already have a burner Nurgle. This is definitely we're going to have to show off like how to do that now, because this is just going to make it easier and better.
It's not a buff to reactive armor hardwares or damage controls, but the modules that were affected by the surgical strike changes back in the day.
Precisely. Yes, so with Legion, we're going on a bit of a journey. As you may have seen in the keynote, there's a picture of me, Pepe Sylvia, trying to figure out the super capital meta. So this is the first step in this journey, and essentially what we're trying to do is trying to solve some of the problems that we've identified with the CSM, with capitals and super capitals. So when we talk about the super capital changes, first one, so we're going to be adding back the armor and shield extender bonuses to both the super carriers and the titans.
Once again, like this was a huge nerf that was put in during scarcity and hurt a lot of people without as much survivability. People stopped deploying the stuff as much. Now, I don't think this is all of the survivability nerfs that supers got during that time, but this is a big one. This is a big one, and it's this plus, remember, we are also having the remote reps. The fall off for remote reps is being reduced, so now you can have more reps coming in. So if you're trying to save your Titan with a bunch of faxes, not only is that Titan going to have more buffer, but those faxes are going to have more rep power behind them too, before they hit diminishing returns. So lots of little changes that really help capital and super capital escalations, both now and over the last couple of months, like with the Hicks lighting Sino change, for example. And of course, they have more coming soon.
Hopefully that means that they'll be a lot more tankier, and that should mean that they'll be
a huge
put out on the field
bonus.
A little bit more.
That's
a little bit more survival. Sure. That's the plan. And then also, we're looking at a 20% increase in the base damage of all single target Doomsday weapons. This is essentially, and again, in collaboration with the CSM, we're thinking when we look at the amount of damage that a Doomsday is doing, it's kind of falling behind a little bit in case of the faction dreadnoughts that have now been fielded. So we felt like we need to bring that up a little bit. So
wait, there's more.
An increase there. But also, in this expansion, we're adding in a new skill book that will increase the damage further by 7.5% per level, bringing it essentially to around 50.
So it's a little bit over 50% total if you get both the skill and the base change.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. So this is the first step. I'd like to take this and monitor this over the next few months, see how we're doing. There could be further changes down the line, but this is I want to make sure that we're doing incremental changes to these super capitals to make sure we don't break anything in the game.
Yeah, so this is a great example of making a change, and we'll see how it goes. We'll evaluate, see whether you like changes in your guys' behavior and your feedback is, and then we'll make more changes as necessary.
Exactly.
I think this is fine. I think it's great. Doomsdays are like one of the biggest point damage in the game. Fuck it. Scale it up. Make it big. Make it hit hard.
And I'm always open to feedback. This is a journey that I want to take with the CSM, but I also want to take with you guys as well. Trying to figure out, like, what is the super capital meta? What is the capital meta? So, as part of this journey, I'm also very, very focused on carriers. Now, everyone that I've had the conversation with at Fanfest, but also everyone I've ever had the conversation with, when I ask them about carriers, I say, what's the point of carriers? And people go, I don't know. They conduit stuff around. And so I think
That's a good question.
there is a place for them in the meta. So with Legion, we're going to be taking some small changes to set up.
And what's funny is that this really points out exactly what I was talking about, I think, yesterday, which was like, you want to fix this, like, what do we even do? What do you do to fix it? Right? Like, what do you do to make carriers viable? Right? And so that's a big question, and that's obviously the question that they're tackling here.
Ourselves on the next steps for making carriers have a purpose in the game again. So that's going to start by a 50% increase in the amount of secondary weapon salvos that all fighters have in the game. So that's also heavy fighters as well, essentially meaning that fighters now have more sustainability as they can stay longer in the field before they have to reload. And what's more Eve than a nerf when we're looking at trying to buff carriers? But this is actually a really cool nerf. It's essentially a reduction to the amount of damage that space superiority fighters do to subcapitals. That means that when we look at space superiority fighters as a whole, they are more focused on their role, which is to kill fighters. But that also means that if we do want to buff carriers later on down the line, we're not creating ultimate mega kill death for destroyers and frigates in the future.
So in this expansion, they'll do the same amount of damage to fighters and drones they do right now, but because we have that resistance system that lowers the damage against other targets, we're essentially just moving that from 80% to 95%.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I get the first part. Now, the first part's interesting because, like, so carriers are, while everybody else is playing EVE Online, carriers are playing, what is it? Shit, what's that game? The real-time strategy. Basically, they're playing a real-time strategy. Seriously? There's like a 3D space. They just redid it a couple years ago. It's not Free Space. That's the first-person piloting one. Quick, somebody help me. What's the real-time strategy ship 3D mod? No, not Sins. Homefront. Wait, Homeworld. Yes, Homeworld. So while everybody else is playing EVE Online, carriers are playing Homeworld. So the thing is that you send out your fighters and they can go pretty far away from your ship, but they're balanced in the fact that after a while they run out of ammo, and so they have to come back to your ship to reload, right? So what this is saying is that this is extending how long fighters can project outward before they have to come and refit and rearm. Not a direct bonus, like buff to damage or anything like that, but is a buff as far as like sustainability goes. It's the second one that I find a bit weird, and they do argue, like they have a fair argument as to why this is like good, and it is true that space superiority fighters have a nerf to their damage to like ships. So the issue here is that space superiority fighters are designed to be able to punch down, right? They're very much like the carrier equivalent of, Minecraft. That was the game. That is absolutely the game I was thinking about. Thank you. So, like, space superiority fighters are supposed to be, to a certain extent, like Hodge Reds are, where this is what allows them to punch down, right? But anytime you allow capitals to punch down, you get into a very squirrely situation, especially if they're able to punch down below battleship. So if you want fighters to be able to be attacked by subcapitals, but then also these fighters to be able to fight other fighters, then if you made these fighters good against other fighters and then they were able to apply their same damage to subcapitals, they'd be too oppressive against subcapitals. So there's a nerf to them being used against normal ships to allow them to be effective against fighters and drones as they're quote-unquote supposed to. So my question is, doesn't this just make carriers even worse at crab beacons? Like, it's always kind of bothered me how much dreads are so much better than carriers at crab beacons for the most part. And I'm not a huge carrier pilot, so anybody who knows better than me, please let me know. Doesn't this just nerf carriers' ability to do crab beacons? And like, I don't think carriers needed to be nerfed in their ability to do crab beacons. You know, but whatever. Hopefully, this is the one part of this expansion that feels a bit odd because they're only setting stuff up for later. And obviously, it's the one, like, nerf of all of the changes. Yeah, carriers are terrible at crab beacons, even though they theoretically shouldn't be terrible at crabs. But this can only make them worse at crab beacons, I think. Like, they may actually, this fighter and drones may involve rogue drones? Maybe? But, like, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like this is just a nerf when it comes to carriers and crab beacons in a situation where they absolutely did not need it.
Fighters and drones they do right now, but because we have that resistance system that lowers the damage against other targets, we're essentially just moving that from 80% to 95%.
Correct, yes.
We're also making some changes to pirate
This is
dreadnoughts.
cool.
So we referenced this obliquely in the keynote earlier, but now we get to show you all the actual details.
It does not change anything because you usually use light attack fighters. Oh, okay. Got it. So light attack fighters are not the same as space superiority fighters. Again, I'm not the most carrier pilot, so this is something I need corrections on. So light fighters and space superiority fighters are different. So light fighters are still able to apply down. This is something I'm going to have to look into more. Okay, but that's okay. Okay. It's just, I don't know. Maybe this wasn't necessary until they're ready to do more to carriers. Carriers didn't need a nerf.
Numbers, so I'll tab through, and if you want to give people a bit of background, Kestrel, we can show off what we're doing.
Yeah, so we got some feedback from the CSM about the pirate dreadnoughts. Right now, a lot of them are about the same price as a super carrier, and Nyx is almost always going to be better than a Kaiman. So we're trying to reduce the cost a bit here. And we were also, while we're making the Sarafel, it made sense to just go and look at the existing ones and make a few changes. So the Kaiman. So
we were looking at the LP store for the... Wait, hold on a second. CSP really don't like carriers, do they? All right, let's do another giveaway. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We'll do the giveaway in about an hour or so, probably. And this will probably be the last one for the day, but we'll see. No promises either way. But so we can go to a website called Fuzzworks. Fuzzworks is a tool, is a set of tools that were created by an former CSM member, Steve Ronikin. Very, very powerful, like industrial tools and whatnot, but also includes an LP store. So we can go to this LP store and we can go look at the GURI, the Commando GURI, right? Commando GURI. We could check blueprints because we want BPCs. We go to sell prices. It's per LP, and we can see here is the, not the Komodo. Loggerhead, no. Cayman. So we can see that the Cayman itself, it takes, not only does it take 25 million LP to get a Cayman, but it also takes 25 billion ISK. And so even if you have all the LP, even if you have all the parts and everything to build a Cayman, you need 25 billion in liquid in order to just get the BPC. So what they're doing is they're slashing this in half. So it's going to be 12.5 million LP and 12.5 billion ISK, which is still a lot, but is half of what it is right now. Which, remember, like, chances are, almost certainly, this will also cascade over to the Sarthiel. Sariel? Whatever. So the new Angel Dread, we were looking at the pricing of it. The new Angel Dread will likely be also 12.5 million LP and 12.5 billion ISK, which puts it pretty reasonable. It is sad for anybody who has these BPCs right now and the value, or even Caymans. The price of Caymans and the price of Vehemence just went down. So those who are holding on to it, sucks to suck. But hey, at least it was already ISK negative to build them. So who cares?
It's a Grooster ship, but unlike all the other...
Oh, but it is true that the Cayman does get some pretty significant buffs, as we can see here. They get so the Cayman is special in the fact that it is the only dread that has fighter support, and now its fighter support is doubling, which makes it double cool. I'll let them.
So while we're making the Seraphel, it made sense to just go and look at the existing ones and make a few changes. So the Cayman, it's a Grooster ship, but unlike all the other Grooster ship, it wasn't able to use 2 drones. So we're correcting that by giving it an extra number of fighter tubes and light fighters, and then we're also making a few changes to the ship hit points that it has. It had quite a lot less overall HP than the Phoenix Navy issue, so we're bringing it up to par with the Phoenix Navy issue, and also just reducing some of the armor hit points it has and rolling that into shield, so it'll have a lot higher shield effective hit points total. And the Kamos, we're giving it a new bonus, and that is it will now have a new roll bonus, which will mean that if you fit a capital Nosferatu to the Chemosh, it will always be able to drain the capacitor of a subcapital ship, and it will just completely ignore the signature resolution on the capital Newt.
So Blood Raider ships have a bonus where normally Nosses, if the opponent's capacitor is lower than your capacitor, the NOS doesn't work. You're only allowed to drain capacitor from your opponent if they have more capacitor than you. This is why, like, Newts are designed for destroying enemy capacitor, while NOSes are designed for keeping your own capacitor up, because NOSes work better when your capacitor is low and your enemy capacitor is high. Newts work best when your capacitor is high and your enemy capacitor is low, right? But Blood Raiders throw this all out the window in the fact that to a Blood Raider with Blood Raiders, they can NOS no matter what. So even though NOSes remove less capacitor than Newts do, they become incredibly powerful for things like the Ashimu or the Balgorn. Now, that bonus does exist in the Blood Raider ships too, the capitals, including the Chemosh and the Dagon. I mentioned it earlier. It's why the Dagon is so goddamn strong, because it's a fax. The biggest vulnerability for a fax is its capacitor, and now you've given it bonuses that make it even better at nosing things. That's really good for a Dagon. But the Chemosh just has that Newt on a Dread, which is a bit more of a kind of an sort of situation. But here, so a capital Newt has a penalty, so that way when it's trying to NOS something that's smaller than it, then it reduces its effectiveness. This makes sense because a capital size thing, the numbers are so far out of scale compared to subcapitals. A lot of stuff has these signature rating, everything from like Titan Doomsdays to the Energy NOS, capital NOSes have these signature radius like penalties built into it to make it so that when using them on smaller ships, they are less effective. Throw that out the window. This Chemosh is going to eat your face. This thing will just Newt the hell out of everything subcapital and keep its own capacitor alive. Pretty freaking awesome.
And then we're also bringing up the damage a bit, so it now doesn't get out damaged by Revelation Navy issue. And then also doing a similar rebalance of the hit points.
We also see throughout this whole thing that they're making it so that the damages of these ships are stronger than the Navy equivalent of them, right? Because the pirate ones came out first, then they came out the Navy ones. So the Cayman will now do more damage than the Phoenix Navy issue. The Chemosh will now do more damage than the Revelation Navy issue, and the Vehement will do more damage than the Moros Navy issue. Which, of course, we want those to do high damage, but it makes sense that the pirate ships are going to be better than the non-pirate ships. This is good balance.
And the Vehement was probably in the...
But lordy, 37.5% to 50% hybrid damage. Vehement is going to do so much goddamn damage.
Best place of the existing Dreadnought so far, so we're just giving it a bit more damage, so now it also out-damages the Moros Navy issue.
Mm-hmm. And we also have, as we've talked about it, both the Keynote so far, 2 new ships coming with the expansion. We've talked about them a bit so far, but and we showed off some of the stats at the Keynote earlier today, but I've already got some questions from you guys in the hallway about more details about the specific stats. So what we've got here is screenshots of the show info window from our test servers, so you can actually see the full stats and bonuses, and we can talk through a little bit about the design philosophy of them. So this is the Barbaroga, and here's a shot of the screen with all the bonuses. You have seen this stuff in the Keynote earlier. We'll have the...
So earlier I talked about this now this is going to be CCP Fozzie explaining it. I based my explanation earlier based on CCP Fozzie. So
yeah, full stats and the fitting coming in next slides, but I'll give you a moment to actually be able to take a look at this in, take screenshots. People in the stream can post it onto Reddit, all that fun stuff. This is the Triglavian Marauder. So it's invented from the Leshak, and it's going to be a very powerful ship. It's going to be a very expensive ship. Our goal with it is very much not for it to be so powerful that it completely obsoletes the other Marauders, which is a tough line to hit when you're making a Tech 2 version of the Leshak. The Entropic Disintegrator weapon benefits hugely from Bastion. So this is definitely going to be a ship relative to other Marauders. It will rely more on Bastion. It's going to be there's a bigger power gap between when the ship is in Bastion and when it's not than most other Marauders, because the Bastion bonus to cycle time means that not only do you do more damage with the disintegrators, but you also spool faster. And so that's going to be a very strong bonus.
And we broke down the details of that a lot more when we talked about it earlier in the stream.
Some of the other things to note about it is instead of having damage bonuses on the hull, the ship has bonuses to optimal range and tracking, really improving some of the things that are already actually strong about large entropic disintegrators. And it has, that means that, again, it relies more on the Bastion module for its damage. It also has essentially the full set of bonuses to high slot utility modules that you get from both a Leshak and from a Marauder, so it also has the tractor beam bonus of Marauders as well. This should be a pretty fun ship for a whole lot of cases, and we're excited to see how people use it. So this here is the stats. I won't go through every single one of these, but I'll have it up on the screen so if people want to, again, refer back to it later. Some things to note, we had some good chats with the CSM as we were developing this ship to try to make sure that it doesn't become too powerful in wormholes.
No, yeah. Trig invention already is a thing. We already know how this works. So, chances are it's going to require Triglavian starship engineering, and I think it was high energy physics are going to be the skills that are required, or the skills and the data cores that are required for it, because that's basically each empire's Marauder requires that empire's starship engineering and high energy physics. So that's what we're currently predicting, but yeah.
PvP, the Leshak, as you wormholes will definitely know, has a very...
Pro tip, guys. Okay, so for the record, for those of you who are paying attention to this, the Leshak BPC has gotten a lot more expensive. We get these from the Abyss. This is why it's going to be great to go to the Abyss. But if we come here, we can see that the Leshak BPCs are currently 20 to 25 million each, which is like twice as much of it was on Thursday. However, there is a loyalty store in any station in Pochvin. All of the stations in Pochvin have the Triglavian loyalty store. And the Triglavian loyalty store, the Triglavian loyalty store doesn't take actual loyalty points. It takes interstellar navigational logs. So there's this doodad that drops off all rats in the abyss. These interstellar navigational logs, which I'm not in JITA right now, but we can go just in Dodixie and we can see that they are currently worth... nobody's selling them here. Great. Well, we can check Dodixie if we want, or we can check JITA if we want to, but the point is that there's a lot of these in existence. So, yeah. Well, this is a secondary market, guys. For those of you who are talking to me in local, I appreciate it, but like, it's fine. I have plenty of BPCs myself as well. So, but the point is that these things are relatively easy to get. They drop all over the place in the in Pochfin, and they will be for sale in JITA. Let's go ahead and actually hop over to JITA real quick and see what we're looking at here. This one is not my fault. This was posted on Reddit. Not my fault. That's still, like, basically they doubled in price in JITA. So... Interstellar navigational logs. Here we have 1 million of them for 1,000 ISK each. So 1,000 times 4,000. So what, 4 million? Is that right? So if it's I mean, that should be it, right? 4,000 times 1,000 equals, yeah, 4 million. So basically, even if you buy these doubled valued interstellar navigational logs, which I'm sure you can get them for cheaper in Pochfin too, probably, because let me tell you, the people in Pochfin have plenty of these, okay? But for every 4,000 navigational logs, you just take them to Pochfin. You have to have the basic standings with the Triglavians in order to dock in the stations, although I think it's basically... No, I think you... As long as you're not negative to the Triglavians, you should be able to dock, go and get your BPC, and grab it for 4 million ISK a BPC, if that's what you need. You can also put up buy orders. I'm just saying, don't buy the Leshak BPCs off of contracts. You're going to want to buy Leshak BPCs off of the Triglavian market, or go into the Abyss and get them yourself, more likely than not. That's my recommendation to you, at least at this exact moment.
Very big difference in mass than other battleships. It's very light. So this is...
As far as Triglavian data cores, though, you got to be me to have a bunch of those. They came from the invasion stuff. I don't actually know if you probably can... No, yeah, you still should be able to get Triglavian data cores for... in the LP store too, right? More expensive in Pochfin according to Tycoon. Well, I'm just opening up ideas for you guys. You as an individual may have to look into which one is the best way to do it. Yeah, if it's 19K, then that's 10 times cheaper, almost 10 times cheaper than it is in JITA. Oh yeah, okay, so you can get them in the LP store. So there you go. So Triglavian Starship Engineering data cores and the Leshak BPCs. If you want to prepare yourself to be able to build these things right away, that's what you're going to want.
This is the lightest of all the Marauders, but it's not so light that you can get an extra ship. So it has a very big difference in mass than other battleships. It becomes too powerful in wormholes. Again, refer back to it later. Some things to note, we had some good chats with the CSM as we were developing this ship to try to make sure that it doesn't become too powerful in wormholes PvP. The Leshak, as you wormholes will definitely know, has a very big difference in mass than other battleships. It's very light. So this is the lightest of all the Marauders, but it's not so light that you can get an extra ship through, an extra one of them through most wormholes other than C6 wormholes.
So it does mean that it's going to be light and agile, but you're not going to be able to stuff extra ones of them through a wormhole. That's perfectly fine.
You'll get a benefit, but we wanted that benefit to be balanced, and we've been in talks with the CSM to make sure that that benefit is balanced. Overall, it's...
We, at this point, Jeremy, do not believe that it's going to require a second races skill. That's why I think that the other thing is going to be high-energy physics, the same with the rest of the dreads. Or, sorry, Marauders. So there's something to note about the Baba Yaga that is different than all of the other Triglavian ships. This is, you're right, Jeremy, but guess what? This is the very first Triglavian T2 ship. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. I thought there was already 4 Tech 2 Triglavian ships. Ah, problem. None of those were built by the Trig. If we go and look, so the Ikitursa. Who builds the Ikitursa, I wonder? Let's go look at the show info. Is it made by the Trig? Who makes the Ikitursa? Does it say? It doesn't say, does it? Hold on, can I... Boo, I don't have one. Either way, the short of it is the Ikitursa are made by the Kaldari. The Zarmazd is made by the Amar, right? So these are changes. These are all of the Tech 2 ships, all the Tech 2 Triglavian ships. Yes, they are Triglavian ships, but they're not produced by the Triglavians. Each of the empires took the Triglavian ships and then they added their own thing to it, right? So you can look, the Nurgle says in the description, it says that they took the Enyo class assault frigate subsystem and they stuffed it inside of a Damavik in order to make the Nurgle. So if you look on the Nurgle, and if you look in the back, you can see... Wait, where is it? Why isn't it here? Yeah, you can see there's the Galente logo, and there's Rodin Shipyards. Because guess what? The Triglavians didn't make the Nurgle. Rodin Shipyard of the Galente did. Likewise, the Ikitursa, we can see there's the Kaldari State logo, and there's the Kaldari Navy logo, because the Kaldari Navy are the people who make, hold on. Oh yeah, I guess it is Triglavian quantum engineering. They might come out with a new data core, but that doesn't really make sense to me. So we have an Ikitursa, right? If we look at the Ikitursa, and actually, let's see. So if we view this in industry, and then we go to the copy of it, and we go to invent it, we'll see that it takes Triglavian quantum engineering and Kaldari starship engineering, because the Ikitursa is made by the Kaldari. Likewise, the Nurgle would be Triglavian quantum engineering and Mimitar, Galente starship engineering. So the point is that either there's going to be a new data core involved in this, the Triglavian starship engineering, which may be from the LP store or elsewhere, or they're going to use the Triglavian quantum engineering one, but there isn't a need for that racial starship engineering because the Baba Yaga is actually made by the Velasclade. It's 100% Triglavian. It is the very first Tech 2 Triglavian ship that is actually made by the Triglavians. So we can't necessarily look at the fact that these things require a racial starship engineering for their manufacturing, because these are not made by the Triglavians. They're made by the various races. The new Marauder is made by the Serenity Trig Marauder uses Mimitar. I mean, that's fine. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong. This is absolutely speculation. But I'm just pointing out that this Marauder is not the same as other Tech 2 Triglavian ships. Unlike the rest of them, this is not associated with another empire. And we have double-checked. My boots on the ground has asked CCP Fozzie specifically, and he has confirmed that the Baba Yaga is made by the Velas clade, not any of the other empires. So this is something that they have thought about. So whatever the result of how this gets invented is, the point of the matter is that the racially aligned Starship Engineering data cores likely won't be part of it because they're not involved in the creation of this thing.
Got a good amount of fit-in, it's got a good amount of hit points. It has the resistance profile of the Ikatursa, so that set of Triglavian resistances, but with a lower amount of resistances because Marauders have lower amounts of resistances than heavy assault cruisers. And then here...
Now the real question is, what is it going to take to manufacture these things? Because each of the T2 require T2 components from at least 2 different empires, right? Like, the Ikitursa requires sustained shield emitters, which are Caldari. So an Ikitursa has Caldari shield components, but I guess it is Caldari armor components too. But Amar radar clusters. It'll probably still be Amar radar clusters. I thought it did take. I thought it was 1 and 1. I thought it was 2 different races stuff. But okay. So yeah, the question actually that I have is, what is going to be the build cost for these Marauders? What Tech 2 components will the Marauders get used to being built? Yes, all Trigs use Amar sensor systems, or at least radar sensor systems. Yeah, it could very well be that they have new stuff, although they already have their own stuff. But we'll see. Because it'll be a question of whether or not it's reactables. Wait, Upwell. Hold on. So, Squall. Let's just check to see what you're talking about here. We go with the Squall, and then we copy the Squall, and then we invent the Squall into a torrent, and then check it. What does it take? It takes fission thrusters, which are Upwell. Yep, they've made their own new stuff, which does require, see, this takes all of the different empires, a little bit of everybody's stuff. So yeah, it could very well be, Malik, I think that's probably a good guess for where they might go with this, if they want to, is they could make it so that there's new materials that require a combination of the different, like normal reactables plus probably a little bit of Isogen 10 or something like that. But we'll have to see. This is still unknown speculative stuff, but just things to pay attention to.
Is the fitting window for people who want to see all those fitting numbers. So yeah, we're very happy to talk to you guys. We talked to a lot of you guys about these ships at the pub crawl last night, and I'm sure we'll talk to a lot of you guys more at the party and in the questions coming up here.
There's a lot of Diplo between the Trig and various different empires, not just the Amar.
But next, I will take us to the next ship that we're releasing with Legion, which is the Seraphiel. So you want to talk a little bit about this, Kestrel?
Yeah, so the Seraphiel has a big bonus to capital projectile damage, as well as on the roll bonus as well. The fall-off bonus, just like an Angel ship. It also has the warp speed bonus of an Angel ship, but we know that that is not going to be the most effective in most use cases for a Dreadnought. So we wanted to still keep the uniqueness of Angel Cartel's mobility, so it can actually still move while in siege, just at 10% speed instead of being locked in place. And it's able to use the capital micro jump drive from the carrier, just the single local one, but it can use it while it's in siege.
Yeah. One thing I'll note, just in case there's any confusion, it can use it while it's in siege, but it doesn't have to be in siege to use it. It's also...
Yeah. So it is actually interesting. That does, I mean, like, they had to pick something. So I'll have to look at the differences in the resist profile. But yes, I mean, the Ikitursa is Trig Caldari. So let's go look at that real quick. So we have the Nurgle has a resist profile of 50, 75, 25, 65, which we would expect it to have an extra resist profile for kinetic, right? No, so that's actually not what you would expect for a Nurgle, because like a Galente should have a higher than average kinetic resistance. Oh. No, the Trig, there has been rumors of Trig coordination with all 4 empires over the last several years, including the home front. Like the Stabilize the Rift home front is occurring to all 4 empires. So, no, yeah. Malik is correct, but I'm saying like that is not the only example about teasing between Trig and Empire diplomacy. In fact, there was a period of time where there was oh yeah, that also was true. That was actually a reference between Capsuleers working together for the wormholes. But there has been stuff about the various empires doing negotiations with the Triglavians. There's even been accusations of Edencom doing negotiations with the Triglavians. So that's not unheard of. But if we go look at the Ikitursa, the Ikitursa's resist profile is the same as the Nurgles? Yeah. So even though and then if we look at like the Damavik resist profile, we can see that the Damavik, yeah, has a much lower thermal and explosive resist profile, which means that, so Tech 2 Trig ships have better resistances against their own weapon systems. So while all of the other empires have Tech 2 resists that support against their enemy, it looks like the Trig Tech 2 ships have bonuses against their own damage profile. Therefore, it makes sense that the Marauders will match it, because this isn't the Caldari profile. This is the Trig Tech 2 profile. But it'll probably be a little bit lower, so it'll probably be like 50, 25, 50 or whatever. Although, don't they show it? Hold on, don't they show the profile?
And I'm sure window for overall it's
hold on, we see it. It's 50, 43, 25, 40. So pretty much what I thought.
You want to talk a little bit about this, Kestrel?
Yeah, so the Seraphiel has a big...
Hold on, Zarmaz has different resists? That's... might be because it's Logi. You're right. The Zarmaz does have different resists, and it is Amarian resists. The only excuse I can make to here is that the Zarmaz came out independently of all the rest of them. The Zarmaz was first, and then the rest of them followed suit. So that's the only explanation I have about the differences. Yes, the Zarmaz is made by the Amar, but the point is that the Zarmaz follows the Amar resist profiles, where the rest of them follow the anti-Trig resist profile. So, yeah.
Bonus to capital projectile damage, as well as on the roll bonus as well. The fall-off bonus, just like an angel ship. It also has the
what's up with the dope suit? Wait, whose dope suit? My dope suit? Oh no! Oh no! No! Hold on. This is about where I was.
To use it, it's also welcome.
As well as on the roll bonus as well.
A little bit about this, Kestrel.
There we go.
So the Seraphiel has a big bonus to capital projectile damage, as well as on the roll bonus as well. The fall-off bonus, just like an angel ship.
Serenity might have. I don't think that has anything. That doesn't necessarily mean anything for us, though.
It also has the warp speed bonus of an angel ship, but we know that that is not going to be the most effective in most use cases for a dreadnought. So we wanted to still keep the uniqueness of Angel Cartel's mobility, so it can actually still move while in siege, just at 10% speed instead of being locked in place.
The Drifter plug suit was the final reward for the track for the second phase of the Nexus event. So the race for the hives, when we were earning points for our various teams, that's where the Drifter plug suits came from. So all the Drifter plug suits that currently exist in the game, like that's where they came from. So unless they re-release the Drifter suits, that's where they came from. So you can either get that or otherwise, you know, suck it, I guess. You can tell if I come here, I can look up. I should. Yeah, I still have my Drifter plug suit crate right here. So this is where I earned, this is when I earned my Drifter plug suit. So, nope, you missed the boat if you weren't already there for that. Not the last one, the one with the purple with the heart that was added to assets last week. I have no idea what you're talking about.
And it's able to use the capital micro jump drive from the carrier, just the single local one, but it can use it while it's in siege.
Yeah. One thing I'll note, just in case there's any confusion, it can use it while it's in siege, but it doesn't have to be in siege to use it. It's also welcome to use it out of siege. And the fact that it can move slowly while in siege, it both has 10% speed, but also has a lot of mass while in siege. But that does mean that you can realign yourself while in siege to choose which direction you head.
There you go. That was the thing that we talked about yesterday. So you can actually choose your point, your direction, even though you're going really slow. That helps make sure that you micro jump drive in the direction that you expected.
Mm-hmm. And here's the stats of the ship. Again, won't go through all the details of it, but anything you want to highlight?
Yeah, it's very similar to the Naglfar fleet issue, but it has a bit more grid because we wanted to make artillery fits a bit more viable on it, especially since it has the micro jump drive and the fall off bonus, so it has a bit more targeting range. And we gave it, has 7 mids and 6 lows, but it has like a pretty even distribution of armor and shield hit points like the Aserial, so you can arm tank it or shield tank it. It doesn't have a capital shield boost bonus like the Mimitar Dreadnoughts.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, here's the fitting again for just anyone that wants to take a look at that. These also give you a great view of these, the beautiful model. This is one of those ships. I was at EVE Down Under way back when we first showed off the key art for the Angel capital ships. We showed off a Titan, a Dreadnought, and a Carrier at the time, just as like concept art. Here's something we're interested in maybe doing someday, no promises. And now we've managed to release 2 out of the 3. So good, not quite done, but make it.
I mean, I would argue that they've kind of released 3 out of the 3, because if you look at well, maybe not. So hold on, I'm pulling it up. Here is the infamous picture from 7 years ago, where we see, well, God damn it. All right, well, thank you, Imager, for being hard to use. But we have this is the Titan, which we have already gotten. And then over here is the Dread, which we are about to get. And this Carrier, I mean, yeah, that looks cool, but it also kind of looks like Kizriel a little bit. So we'll see. Zoom and enhance.
Some good progress, yeah. And it's an absolutely gorgeous ship. All right, so that's the end of what we have to present for you for what's coming in Legion. Of course, like I said, a lot of this is subject to change, and there will be more balance changes we'll be making after Legion, and things like the Legion Major update, which will be coming later in the year, and then also in smaller patches along the way. But yeah, we would love to hear from you now. So we have, like I said, microphones on both sides. So the way this will work is go ahead and line up at each of the 2 mics, and we'll just kind of alternate back and forth in letting people ask questions. And we have about
the Angels were a bit too busy cooking to take over a wormhole, okay, Wizard?
about 22 minutes, so we should be able to get through quite a few questions.
We could probably start on the left-hand side.
I think that's great.
bit of a silly one, first of all, but will the Angel NPC dreads be replaced by these new dreads, and will they have the ability to boosh?
It's an excellent question. They will look, the new Angel NPC dreads will look like the Sarathiel in Legion, but they won't get the ability to boosh. So we could add new NPCs that jump around in the future, but that's not something that's going to be like backported to existing NPCs. But yes, we are updating the graphics of them.
Hello, panel.
Hello.
I have two questions, but the first one's really quick. You've said that you're willing to lower the LP requirements for the Pirate Dreads to bring the price down. Are you willing to reveal to what?
Right now, we're cutting them to about half of what they are right now.
Cool. That's excellent.
But they're still subject to change.
Okay. And the second one is a balance
subject to
question
change.
because EVE players love the free ships that you're handing out. I'm talking about the Society of Conscious Thought. But Praxis in its class and Gnosis in its class are like by far the dominant, most used ships, Tech 1 in their class in New Eden. Is there anything that you're thinking about doing to resolve this?
I mean, it's definitely something that's been a point of discussion within CCP quite a bit. The ships they were built with being given away in mind, but that does still, that keeps them from being necessarily the best at any one task, but they are very good generalists still, and of course the fact that there's a lot of them out there,
The thing is that makes them so good, though, is their slot layout, right? They have so many slots that you can compensate for anything that you're missing. That's the reason why the Gnosis and the Praxis become so dominant, is that you can specialize them so effectively and just throw so much into those modules.
Like, we can see the stats of how many exist in inventories, and there's a lot more.
Well, yeah, no skills is great, but there's a reason why they end up like beating out even like other ships in their class in what that ship does, right? The fact that you've got like a 777 loadout for the Praxis means that you can do so much with the Praxis. You can make it basically a better Dominix than a Dominix, whatever.
Them sitting in inventories than any other ships of their class. As for exactly what we might do about it, nothing that I can necessarily promise or anything like that, but a lot of things have been discussed. We have discussed things, for instance, like maybe not giving them out every single year. That's a possibility.
That'd be nice.
But again, no.
I wonder if that's like the experiment, right? Because this year it's like, oh, instead of giving it out to everybody, they have to do effort. That's like one step towards not giving them out every year. But then, of course, they made tourism a thing, and so you can actually get 3 of them per account per year. Go check out my tourism stream from last week for more information about that. Complete your track, get 100 plex, get your Praxis, make a bunch of money.
No, nothing that we're going to commit to at this point. I'd say balance changes to them are not off the table, but it could be done through availability changes as well. It's not necessarily going to be one or the other.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
My question is about the new Metaliminal Storm SOV upgrades, and it's kind of 2-part. The first part is it like a downtime to downtime upgrade, or is it hot swappable, as in at any moment throughout the day you could turn it on and off to turn the upgrade on and off?
So it's the latter. You can turn it on live, and it will start applying before downtime. There's one thing that wasn't mentioned about them in the keynote, which is that they do have a reagent cost as well. And so they have a online reagent cost. So if you leave them online, that's going to be a lot cheaper than turning them on and off. So there will be a significant cost turning them on and off. They are also mutually...
Okay, so it sounds like it's going to be like the other services that are like this, where there's a reagent cost to online it, but not to maintain them?
Exclusive with each other in the soft hub. So if you wanted to swap from one to the other, you would have to remove it and destroy it and then replace it with another one.
So you can't have both effects put on, like on the soft hub, and then online them, one at a time. Like you can have a dual prop ship. So you can have both a micro warp drive and an afterburner on your ship, but only have one on at a time. Not like that. You can only have one of them even fit to the thing. So to switch it to another one, you have to destroy the one that's already there and put another one on.
But that is something that is an option if you're willing to do that.
And the second part of the question is there any concern about defender's advantage, where attackers come into a system, they've brought an armor doctrine, you turn on the shield upgrade, you form a shield doctrine, come into the system, and you've got a 15% bonus compared to them? Is there any concerns about that?
Yeah.
Congratulations, you've stumbled upon the point of the feature.
I think it's definitely something that we have to be careful about, and it's possible that this might be too powerful. We might need to adjust it. I will note, just to make sure, I think you understand this, but to make sure that everyone understands it,
my 415 stream, that drifter suit? Wait, what? Hold on. What are we talking about? Because if you're talking about... This is the suit that we already got. Which one are we talking about? I talked about something on the 15th? I talk about a lot of things. Hold on. Edencom suits that for participating in the Nexus sites? What? I feel so confused right now. Oh. These. Oh, I wasn't streaming it. My bad. It's okay. Don't worry about it. These. You mean the deathless one. Got it. Yeah. We have yet to see it. As you can see, they're still labeled differently. They are also diamond, so they're probably a premium. I think that they're probably going to be, yeah, they're going to be like a Plex reward. I imagine there's going to be a Plex pack or something that comes out in the same way that we have the police skins right now. Like, these are going to be a reward for a Plex pack or something. And yeah, Malik's right. Probably closer to the Wrath of the Tyrannos event. But that purple diamond there indicates that it's going to be for the cash shop in some way, shape, or form. So yes. Oh my gosh. Oh God. Oh no. I haven't even noticed that they came out with this suit. Oh God. Yep. I'm going to have to buy this thing. This is definitely the one I'm going to have to buy. Although it's only the top. I've been dreaming for this suit forever. It's the suit for what's her name? What's her name? Starts with S. Yeah, Soldrun. Thank you. Soldrun. Yeah, Alperdurch. That's what we used to call her. Now it's Soldrun. Yeah, but again, like, it's going to be a cash shop thing. Now, granted, it'll probably be sold on the market too. But they haven't even given it a proper name yet in game, I don't think. Yeah, they haven't even given it a proper name yet in game. Yeah, I need the suit, man. Please, you know, become a subscriber so that way I can buy one of these poor suits. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure if I need one, somebody's going to provide one for me. It'll be fine. That being said, food's good. I like food.
Bonus does apply to everyone in system, so it's not just to your Alliance members. So that.
Oh, one question I do have is this weather effect, does it affect rats too? Because sometimes weather effects do affect rats, sometimes weather effects don't affect rats, but like we're going back to that, like the armor hit point one is just going to be bad if you've got more hit points to have to crunch through.
That means that your opponent will also get the benefit of it as well. But you're right, if you know that your opponent's flying armor and that you're going to be flying shield and you turn it on, then that's a significant advantage. One thing I'll note, there's something that we're planning on changing. It's basically just broken right now. The intent was with Equinox that the which upgrades are installed is visible on the outside of the soft hub, and at the moment that's actually only visible for people with the right roles, and that should be visible for everyone. So we want that scouting gameplay to be supported. That's not going to be fixed in the initial expansion release, but we're hoping to fix that more later. So then you'd be.
I'm so glad he said this, because I've been crawling up the walls trying to figure out why I can't find a single sovereignty hub with any upgrades attached to it. So I, on the one hand, I feel like I've been chasing my own tail for the last year. On the other hand, I'm so glad that he's at least confirmed that I'm not crazy.
Get a scout out a little bit whether people have it installed ahead of time. If you know that there's going to be a fight, say at a structure or something like that in the system. But yes, it's possible that we may end up having to tune them back. We'll definitely be listening to feedback.
I'm going to go pee while they answer some questions. I'll be right back.
Both before the release, but especially after the release, once people get a chance to play with them.
Thank you very much. And obviously, because these things are powered by the skyhooks, there's multiple routes to try and take the skyhooks down to kind of turn these off.
Yeah,
so
they're
it's
going
not
to.
Just the self-hub you need to attack if you want to take these out.
They will require an investment of power, workforce, and reagents. So that's going to be definitely a balancing factor on them. And then that's something we can also adjust after the fact. If they end up being too powerful, we could reduce their power, but we could also increase their costs. And those are all things we could tune them with. Yeah.
Hi, question about Siege and Triage modules. We've experienced some very negative gameplay interactions with desync, coming from bumping of dreads and faxes on grid. Is there a path forward in the future to seeing these desync issues be solved?
I guess that's one for me. Then.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best for you. But I mean, like, it's definitely something we were always trying to minimize. Did you want to go into some details?
Yeah. So I'm not aware of the specific issues you're talking about. We've fixed a couple kind of in the past year of similar things, but if there's still some more issues out there, then obviously...
With repeated bumping of dreads and faxes on grid, you get locational desync between where your client thinks the enemy is versus where it actually is.
Is this something you're experiencing reliably enough that you
Every dread brawl in JSpace has desync.
Then that's absolutely something that we should...
I love the looks on their face, because this is just like the moral of the story here is do not assume that CCP knows that whatever problem you're running into on a regular basis in the game is a problem. Look at the look on their face when he says every dread brawl in wormhole space.
Is this something you're experiencing reliably enough that you
Every dread brawl in JSpace has desync.
Shit. Then that's absolutely something that we should... that's not something that I was aware is gotten that bad.
Thank you so much for that. $35 Canadian 07 to you. Thank you for that. That's awesome. I appreciate it. It really does help out quite a bit, guys. Thank you. You know, I've been streaming a lot more recently, trying to get things up to speed.
Again, there's been periods in EVE's history where it's been bad, and where we've then fixed it, and then it comes back and we fixed it or reduce it. Definitely, let's have a chat about it afterwards, and have people send in some bug reports with just like the details of if you can like reproduce it reliably, so that we can reproduce it reliably on in our own testing, and if it's something that we can reproduce reliably.
Deathless, then the trig, right? Yeah.
I believe then that should be something that would be a pretty high priority for us, and hopefully would be relatively achievable for us to fix.
Yeah, and if we end up...
Just remember, Concord is the true enemy of all Empyreans.
Sort of maybe setting up a mass test or something on Singularity at some point, we can try and recreate whatever it was that was going on there. So yeah, we'll look into that.
Amazing, thank you. Just a quick second one. Is T2 fax in the pipeline, or fax rework?
Maybe someday. It's not going to be in Legion. It's not something we're currently working on, but it's definitely not out of the question. So we expanded the concept of Tech 2 capitals just last year with the...
Well, to be fair, they're prepared to answer design questions. So them going like, oh yeah, there's this bug that's affecting every single dread brawl. On the one hand, they're like, oh, yeah, that's definitely something that we need to address. But it's also not something that they're going to be able to like jump on while sitting on a couch in front of everybody. So I think that the response that they gave is about as good of a response as you're going to get from such a thing. But yeah, no, I guarantee you that they will be on top of this problem now. I wasn't aware that there was that significant of a desync issue going on in wormhole space. That's for sure.
The Lancers, right? Or was that? Yeah, it was. No, it was a little over a year ago now. Yeah. But there's definitely room to do more. So I think it's likely that more tech-2 capitals will get introduced someday, but we don't have anything currently on our roadmap.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, come talk to me after. Like they want to get in on that. Yes. Okay. Of the empires, if you're going to restrict me to the core empires, then I would say probably Galente. But, you know, do you have any videos diving into the wormhole lore? I'm interested in it. So I can just point at my various lore videos, the speedrun and my latest couple of videos that I was talking about it. Basically, any lore involving the drifters or the sleepers are going to be about the wormholes. I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but a really big thing to look at to start with would be the Inheritance Chronicle. If you haven't, so you've got the End of the World series. So if we go to Eve Chronicles. So if we look at Eve Chronicles on universe.eveonline.com, and we scroll through them down to, I think it's probably 3rd or 4th, we're going to find a series of chronicles. Is this too early? Yeah. Nope. Let me expand it a little bit out so that way I can find it easier for now. Nope, it is after that. So this series here. So End of the World Spiral, End of the World Half-a-Life, End of the World 1, and End of the World Great Harvest, and End of the World We Humans, and World on Fire. This set of 6 chronicles are incredibly important to wormhole stuff. And then from that point, you get the Vitcheroos Project and Depth of Field are both also important. And Anoikis, obviously, can be considered pretty important. If you go to if you go to, I guess it's this. Yeah. If you go to evereader.org or his YouTube channel, there's the Eve Reader podcast versions of all these different, of a lot of the different chronicles, including he did a full one of all of the End of the World chapters, and he did one for Inheritance that is incredibly good. He has several voice actors helping him with it. So that's going to be a big one. Templar 1 is, of course, the book one. Then, you know, all that stuff. So there's lots of good wormhole lore out there. I'll put it that way.
So with the current state of the Ferox Navy issue, it's currently now very oppressive in different nullsec groups.
Sure. Also, you can always hit me up on Discord if you want more information. But, you know, the my latest lore videos, let's see if I can pull that up easily. So I have my, like I said, the lore speed run, which is a really good basic that gets you all the way up to 2022. And then everything you need to know for tomorrow is everything from 2022 to 2025. And then this who to support for the Nexus event video, I went back and I went over these 5 empires, Amar, Kaldari, Minmatar, Triglavian, and Edencom, and their history specifically when it comes to drifters. So that's almost completely wormhole lore and all that stuff. So between those, I guess 3 videos would be a very complete collection to getting your lore up to speed. But then I also just showed you the chronicles and the book and all that stuff, and you can come and chat with us in Discord if you want. Oh yeah, hours of stuff. Don't get me wrong.
Groups, it's quite meta across all groups. You see it all the time. Is there any consideration to its current state or promoting other ships in the weight class to be able to compete with it more regularly?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that's on our radar, and we've chatted about. I mean, we've made a number of changes to battle cruisers over the past couple of years. I think it's very possible we may want to make more soon. Anything?
Yeah.
So I will say that the book Templar 1, which is technically like a sequel of Empyrean Age, Templar 1 is all about the origins of the Sleepers and the Drifters, or well, the other, which is now the Drifters. So that's also a good place to start. They talk a lot about the Anoikis event and all that stuff, but that chronicle, the End of the World Chronicle, is that is the chronicles of the birth of Anoikis, of wormhole space as we know it.
This is something that the CSM brought up to us, as well as the Cyclone Fleet issue. I think we chose not to make any changes this time around just because we buffed the cost of Tech 1 battleships, and if Tech 1 battleships are stronger in general, they tend to counter battle cruisers.
So we wanted to see how that would have an effect on the meta before we made more changes.
Yeah, but if the Ferox Navy issue is still being abused and is overpowered, then we can definitely take a look at it maybe in the major update for Legion.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
With all the upcoming changes, defensive capabilities are going to increase for all ships across the board. And a few expansions back, you took away from a lot of power from the Rapid Light nano meta. How are you planning on balancing the nano meta with scepters that practically are going to be impossible to kill and to project and control large masses of enemies from smaller groups?
Yeah, and it's a very good question. It's a very good point. I think the key thing is we're going to need to observe how the Legion changes affect the meta, and see if it's possible that we might need to make buffs to rapid light ships, and we might need to make buffs to other.
That question has strong Reddit energies. I agree.
Gameplay in line, especially to the damage side of them. But there's not something that we have ready to go for this month. Definitely something we should make sure we keep an eye on, though. Yeah, I agree.
And a follow-up question on the upcoming capital and super capital proliferation with the changes that are coming in nullsec and the absolutely turtled nullsec systems that are going to exist with wormhole effects. Are you planning on giving smaller forces the capability of punching up?
I think this is something I can probably take. I mean, basically, we're just trying to look at the whole capital meta as a product of the end of the Age of the Oracle.
I'd like to. Am I right in saying people on Reddit crying about Reddit regarding Eve? I like to remind everybody that people that are on Reddit are generally posting on Reddit because they can't post on the forums, and you got to wonder why they can't. There's so many people that are on Reddit that are proud of the fact that they don't play the game. They haven't played the game for almost a decade. Keep that in mind whenever you read what they're saying on Reddit.
And we're trying to get to a stage where we don't want to go back. Like, we don't want to be in a situation where there's too many capitals in the system. But we do want to get to a stage where when we actually.
I'm gonna open up the entries one more time. Right now, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We have like a minute to get in here. I will say, Jeff, that joke about not being able to post on the forums used to be a lot funnier when you had to have an active account to be able to post on the forums, but alpha Alpha's definitely undermined that joke, which of course it's funny to make a joke that references or that relies on a change that happened 10 years ago when you're joking around about how out of touch they are. But, you know, take it for what it's worth, I suppose. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. This is your last chance. I've just a couple more seconds, and then I'm going to close it up again, and we're going to pull. Who don't play Eve in 10 plus years still cry despite them not intending to come back. That's gold. Well, so a lot of them quit because of some change or something in the past, and they're still bitter about it. That's why you see a lot of jokes about the jukebox. That's true too. A lot of them come back. Basically. Oh, Maldavius. Maldavius tried to, like, ruin me in order to make himself cool. And now, look at him. Good job. I'm here and he's not. All right, I'm closing it up. Okay, we're going to pick a winner in 3, 2, 1. LLX will X up in chat with your in-game name and whether you want the Synesis or the Kiki skin. I can show you them if you would like. If you don't respond by the time I switch over my character, then I won't be able to show. Then we'll re-roll. So you have a few more seconds. A few more seconds, and then you lose it. ILLX will. So your choices are this Synesis or this Kikimora, and I by your choice, I mean not your choice because you haven't mentioned it fast enough. We're gonna pull again. 3, 2, 1, pull. No name. No name. Are you here? No name. X up in chat with whether you want the Kiki or the Synesis and your name. Because, you know, you don't have a no name? Does no name have a name? We're going to do it a few more seconds. I did see a couple of you guys doing an exclamation point plunder. So if I don't see anything for another 5 seconds or so, no name has no skin. All right, we're going to resume entries. So for like 20 seconds more, go ahead and exclamation point plunder for your chance to win right now. If you've already done it, you're still in it. I just want to give an opportunity because I saw a couple more people doing it. So just in case they're real, if you've already done it, you don't need to do it. If you haven't already done it, now's your chance to get in on it. Wow, a lot of people jumped in on it now. That's good. All right. And closed. All right. BGYY. Let's check to see whether I'm going to double check to see that BGYY is in here. BGYY, you are in here. Satan. Satan's not in here yet. So everybody thanks Satan. I'm going to resume entry. Satan, you exclamation point plunder. Everybody else can too. As soon as I see that Satan is in, we're going to close it up again and we're going to do the pull. Satan. There you go. There you go. Saiton's good to go. Oh, no! No Name! Coming in with the exclamation point plunder. You just missed it, man. I'm sorry, man. You should have X'd up a couple seconds ago. Oof! Let's see if you get it again. Ready? I'm going to remove you as a winner so that way you can get pulled again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. BGYY. Good thing I reopened it. X up with your choice and in-game name, Synesis or Kikimora. Which one do you want? Let it not be said I'm a fair person. BGYY wants a Kiki, but I still don't know your in-game name. Okay, I got it. So you said you want the Kiki? Definitely the more popular one. Oh, I guess this Synesis didn't get claimed. We're doing a raffle, man. There you go. It is true. It's a meme to say rigged. There you go. Now, because we're so excited, I'm going to do one more giveaway for the Synesis. I'm going to open up entries again. We're going to let it be open for a few more minutes, and then I'll do another poll. In the meantime, let's go ahead and continue with the stream. We'll do at least one more poll today. So if you've already entered, it's going to keep you entered. If you haven't already entered, now's a good time to do it. I'm just going to keep the same entry before, so go ahead and do it just to make sure you're still in it. But, yeah.
Like when people want to risk deploying capitals, they are actually fun and enjoyable to play. And that would also...
Synesis is such a great transportation ship, though.
...also mean that in that, smaller groups or mid-sized groups would also be able to have fun. And so that is a consideration that we are looking at when we are actually looking at capital ecosystem as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. I'd like to talk about projection. So seeing as it's been
This is
about
an
5
interesting
years
question.
since we started the AnswerBlex conversation, and seeing that we allegedly have full CSM buy-in for nerfing the AnswerBlex, I'd like to ask why there isn't fatigue on AnswerBlexes yet.
Good question.
Yeah. So this is like the answer that's not always super satisfying is that it's something that we are very like interested in exploring. We have made some changes. But it is a complicated ecosystem and one where there's a lot of different views, a lot of different goals we're trying to hit. A buy-in for like one type of nerf isn't necessarily a buy-in for another type of nerf. So it's definitely something that we're planning on making more changes to. But for the specifics of that, there's nothing I can commit to at this time. You want to? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to jump in. One thing that whenever we've been talking about AnswerBlexes that I found quite interesting is that we also have to consider the whole ecosystem of AnswerBlexes. Like, as a tool for projecting to other groups, they can be oppressive. But for the person that wants to just hang out in their home system or go to the designated PI systems or mining systems, having that access and having that safety is very enjoyable. So while we can agree that in aspects they are oppressive, there are some aspects which is like, this is actually just really nice for the person, the average line member that just wants to have a good time in space. So whenever we're having these conversations about AnswerBlexes, it's like we have to consider the The person that just wants to use the network versus the person that wants to use it to project across to their enemy or to their borders.
So let me give you a little example. This comes from the early days. Actually, this is a good question, right? Because, like, well, first of all, it is kind of funny for somebody to be pro fatigue, right? Like, that's kind of a ballsy position to take publicly at Fanfest, right? That we should have more jump fatigue, not less. But I get what he's saying. Like, there's you want to limit projection, and Encelobixes allow people to kind of project from one side of the universe to the other really, really easily. But to Trash Panda's point, you're talking about different use cases here, right? Because on the one hand, people use Encelobixes to move massive fleets long distances from point A to point B very, very quickly without fatigue, which arguably undermines the point of fatigue in design space. Put a pin in that. But there's another use case for the Encelobixes, which is that, remember, originally before Encelobixes, there was just jump bridges that were part of a POS. So when I joined the EVE in 2011, I joined a nullsec group in Providence, and we owned this little pocket in Providence that had an entry choke point, and then there was like 4 or 5 systems that are clustered in past that choke point, which was like where we lived and where we ratted, et cetera, et cetera. Wait, test? No, this was not in test. This is actually a group that doesn't exist. It was called Sotalitas XX. It was like during this weird period of time in Providence, where between Provibok owning Providence, this was the Evoke era, right? Like, we got evicted from Evoke, if you want to talk about how old this was. Test did exist then, but I certainly wasn't in it. I did join Test during World War B, but that's a story for another day. Anywho, the point was that we have this, choke point, and then we had all of our farming area on the inside. Now, that choke point was bubbled to death, but there was a jump bridge that made the jump on top of the choke point. So you could use the Stargate, but the Stargate was bubbled all the time. But there is a jump bridge for the people that lived there to be able to go across without having to go through the bubble camp, right? This is actually a very common use case in order to make it so that you can live. Yeah, Test is like 2010 or before. Like, Test existed when I first joined the game. What is a POS? Player-owned structure. The old, basically, prior to Citadels. So the point is that it stands for player-owned starbase, just in case you need to know. But the point is that I, as a person who's living there, am just using it as an alternative for a Stargate as a way of navigating around to make it so that my experience of my local space is comfortable, but anybody who's invading, anybody who's trying to come in to that space doesn't have access to our network. Therefore, they have to use the traditional Stargates. They're going to be thwarted, right? And so if people are just using Stargates to get around in their own space, having jump fatigue really makes things inconvenient, like as ratters are trying to move around or whatever, especially if you're concerned that maybe you might need to switch over and do something later, so you can't have some like random fatigue sitting on your character. So there's 2 different use cases here. There's deep projection in Encelobixes, which is when non-fatigue related travel can be a problem. But then there's local use of Encelobixes, which are, much more like the day-to-day use that fatigue would actually be really awkward for. And the difference here is that, so what you need to do is you need to be able to balance that long distance projection with that short distance usage, right? That local usage. And I think that there already is a natural balance here that a lot of players don't like to think about because it requires players actually doing something, which is the longer and more complicated your network chain of Encelopixes are, yeah, you can rely on it, but it just takes one person or one group of people hitting it at the wrong time to shut down that Encelopix network, right? Speaking of test, when Pappy tried to invade Goonswarm during World War B2, they brought all their stuff into Delve, and they have this huge network of stuff that allows them to move stuff all the way from their home stations all the way to the front line of World War B. They're able to pour untold amounts of assets directly to the doorstep of Goons. And you know what? As soon as the retreat order was initiated, you know what happened? Goonswarm went out, and they hit those Encelopixes, shutting them down and cutting them off. So the natural balance for Encelopixes being used for power projection in that sense is the vulnerability of those Encelopixes, not necessarily shoehorning a mechanic that people who are using it locally more casually would have a big problem with, right? So that's just my take on what they just said. That's true. Sometimes we have to take things seriously because you never know.
I would just like to remind everybody that if you want to travel without fatigue, Stargates are available.
They are great options.
Yep, Stargates are available.
I agree. Yep.
But they also might be bubbled to hell.
I'll just note we're a little under 10 minutes left now.
Can I just
travel without fatigue, Stargates are available.
They are great options.
It's a good point. It's a very good point.
I agree. Yep. Thanks.
He's smug. Somebody jot down that guy's name. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll just note we're a little under 10 minutes left now, so if you get into line now, we might not be able to answer your question, but we'll move through everything as fast as we can and as much time as we have. Yes, go ahead.
Hello. It's been a while. So I've got two questions. One of them is quite quick, so I'll do that one first. Shield Nester?
Very
question.
likely someday, but nothing we can commit to at this
2030,
time.
all right, okay.
It's one of those
Good
things.
answer.
It's an idea. There's generally, when an idea bubbles up in multiple places multiple times, that's usually a good sign. But it's not come in this month, but I think it's a strong idea in general.
All right, 2030, okay.
It's actually interesting because, like, the disparity between yeah, it is pretty funny. The disparity between the variety of options for armor remote reps and shield remote reps are pretty extreme, right? Like, there's arguably twice as many options for armor remote reps than shield remote reps because you have the Nestor for your heavy subcapital remote reps, and you have the Zarmazd for your kind of specialty spooling one. There is no option. Yeah, you could argue that it is the Orca, but we also know that that's not quite the answer, Malik. Like, that is technically the answer, but at the same time, it's also probably not the answer. I still think that the correct answer is new Edencom ship with chain lightning or with a chain healing functionality. That's the correct answer, right? We can all agree with that.
Yeah, I'll take you on that one. And the second question, we've seen obviously logistics rebalance and then some, obviously the Tech 1 Cruiser rebalance. Will there be a fax rebalance?
I mean, given again, very likely yes. I think given a even medium time frame, yes, almost definitely.
All right, 2035.
But and one thing I'll note is that
I love his response.
Both the changes to resistance modules and the changes to the remote rep diminished returns do have significant secondary effects on fax. But yes, it's not quite the same, obviously.
Ignore those messages about people being removed as winners. That's just me clearing it out so that way they could get picked again when it comes time.
Yeah.
I also just want to mention faxes are in the conversation. When we're talking about the capital meta, we are making sure not to forget about caps.
Perfect.
Or faxes.
All right.
Yeah, I think that if you're going to ask fax rebalance when, you've got to ask yourself, like, is there, like, what is the rebalance that's required? You know, is the Apostle, like, is it a balance between the Apostle versus the Galente one? You know, like, honestly, as far as I know, faxes are in a pretty decent place, like, balance wise. It's more like internally balanced. Oh, ILL. Yeah, you did win earlier. Maybe we'll get it again. But like, when I think about rebalancing faxes, I would think about them internal to each other. But I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, internal to each other, most faxes are pretty well balanced. It's the relationship of faxes with the rest of the meta, which is what's going to be controlled by those changes to fall off, remote rep stuff, all that stuff is going to impact that. So I think that I think that they make a fair point that like it is part of the conversation for sure, without necessarily being like the Apostle now has this many more hit points.
Right, I'll take that. Right.
Two questions. First one,
it could be a price issue.
If we're doing any kind of bonuses on these other ships, especially with the Tech 3s for their bonuses to overheating modules, was there ever been thoughts on creating a module maybe fit somewhere on the fitting so you'd have to reduce from something else, but a coolant module that would maybe reduce the damage done as you overheat or increase the amount of time it takes for it to reach full damage?
Yeah, that.
This is a great question. It really sucks that literally no one's paying attention to it because everyone's paying attention to the guy cosplaying as a dragon right behind him. But for those of you who may not have paid attention, his question was, you know, with all this talking about overheating, what about a module that specifically helps with overheating? Which is honestly a really cool idea. People have talked about having a heat sink-like module before, although heat sinks obviously exist, but you know what I mean, for overheating as opposed to lasers. But yeah,
kind of stuff's been discussed many times before. There's been an idea that's bounced around many times over the years to do like a really significant pass on overheating. Obviously, all of you guys know here in the room, our overheating UI is not the greatest. It's one of our older UIs that hasn't been touched in a while. So what I would personally, one thing I would love for us to do is do like a big pass on overheating where we both add some new modules that affect it, maybe polish around some of the rough edges of the gameplay mechanics, and then do like a full ground-up rework of the UI to make it a lot easier to use. But again, nothing we can commit to time-wise, but I love the idea. Yeah.
That just sounds like a good reason to never get around to doing the rework, because it's like, oh yeah, we'd love to make a small change, but we would rather make a big change, and since big changes are hard, we're never going to get around to it, so I guess it's the way it is. Implants that affect overheating would be really, really good.
And then the other question is, we have the tactical destroyers for the 4 main factions. Has there ever been thoughts on doing those for pirate factions?
Interesting.
Upwell?
Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that we've discussed in a significant way before, but I think it's a cool idea.
Triglavian D3 destroyer when?
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, how's it going? Sorry if this has been asked, I missed the keynote earlier, but is it purely a buff that the new upgrades are doing? Is there any negatives?
The new system effect upgrades, they're just buffs. Yeah. So it's 2 buffs per upgrade, and then like we mentioned earlier, they affect all the ships in the system, so not just your own ships.
Okay, and then so no drawbacks as of right now.
No drawbacks as of right now. It's possible we could add ones with drawbacks in the future.
And and the second one is, have you thought of it applying differently on ship class?
That's true, Nyko.
Potentially even the structures in the system?
That is stuff that could be done. So I'll note these ones that are launching in Legion, they won't affect structures, they'll just affect ships. But yes, that is the kind of thing that could potentially be done in the future. We're starting with this 4, but it's very possible we could we could adjust them. Like maybe if they end up being too powerful, we might add a negative to them. But also we have the option to keep adding more if they're successful and people like them. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way we design them, we can make them apply to just drones or to just cruisers or to structures.
Mechanically, so it's actually pretty easy with the way these are implemented to make them only apply to certain ships, right? Like we could have a bonus that like only affects like pirate titans, that would obviously be a pretty silly one. But as an example, we can choose whichever ships we want. On the authoring side, the question is just what would be fun, balanced, and exciting for players to work with. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yes, we have a system effect that increases the speed and reduces the signature radius of Munins because we really, really want it to be 2019 again. That'd be pretty awesome. No, overheating based on meta level, it is, right? No, like, ain't gonna lie. No, we're gonna wait a little bit for that. Hold on. Right? Not Munin ruptures. So let's just pick a 10 and afterburner, right? If we take the 10MN and we go to variations, compare, and I go to only attributes that different, we get, no, we don't. Isn't there, hold on, this is something I'm not, yeah, that's right. So faction modules can be heated for longer. There is a balance based on the heat damage that's being done. Right? Maybe it's not in the compare tool. You have heat damage 5.71. Heat damage 5.7. Heat damage 5.7. Oh, it's 5.7 across the board. So never mind. Structure hit points 40, 40, 40. So that's all the same. Okay. I thought for sure I remembered there was something about some modules had hey, McDonald's good. I thought for sure there was like a different kind of, like, some modules could be overheated longer than other modules, but I can't find any evidence of that right now. So maybe not. Go get a cheeseburger. Okay. I mean, I'm a skinny boy, so I'm going to say get a cheeseburger. Hardeners? So if we go with like a thermal armor, is that going to do it? Yeah. Heat damage. Okay, so at least for armor hardeners, it looks like the at the very least the meta does more heat damage than non-meta. I'm not sure if that's very satisfying of an answer. Now I need McDonald's. All right. Is it? No, that's tomorrow. Well, it might be May 4th for you. In which case, May the 4th be with you. For me, that's tomorrow. Let's see. There was something else somebody said. I don't know about a module that reduces heat damage, but how about a module that takes heat damage before any others on the rack? That's what people kind of mean by a heat sink, something that just like absorbs all of the heat damage. That would be a way to do it. That'd be cool. All right, let's get to the most important question of all of FanFest. The best question. We've saved it for now. I almost said last, but it's not. Let's go.
When is a dragon able to sleep on its hoard of plex in the game?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, will you ever add into an update on this to be able to sleep in as a dragon?
I mean, that feels like maybe if we re-add walking stations at some point. We could have you sleep on
Someday
like pile up your plex on your bed. Yeah. I can't commit to the time, but
thank you.
Two for me as well. Is there any chance of the Dagon, the Blood Raider fax, getting the, or at least a similar bonus that the Chemosh is getting?
it's possible, I'd say. Nothing we can commit to right now, but because for this pass we're just touching the dreads, but especially in a future patch where maybe we do a more significant pass on like on faxes, rebalance the fax, make changes all to the Dagon, and like maybe add like a Sisters of Eve fax or something like that. That kind of patch.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I feel like that was relevant. Because, like, there's so much been, like, if you notice, one of the things that I've noticed here, like, we noticed that Sisters of Eve were not part of this whole Drifter Crisis stuff, and Malik actually, like, astutely pointed out that the Sisters of Eve likely wasn't involved in the race for the hives because they are more closely associated with the Deathless than some of the other groups. So they may actually be on the inside a little bit. But like one thing that's worth noting is if we go back and look at FanFest throughout this entire like celebration, there actually is a lot of references to Sisters of Eve here and there, and he just casually slips in there, oh yeah, if we did a rebalance of stuff, maybe in a Sisters of Eve fax. I don't feel like that's an accident.
That would be a good opportunity if we ever did that in the future.
And then the other one is there any chance of looking at the Claymore? Because I believe it's the only command ship that doesn't see any use out of purely links.
I know people that were using the Claymores for this event. This is a great example of like nobody ever uses this ship when people actually use that ship. But
even like the other, like tankier EOS, Vulture, and Damnations do at least see some PvP usage where they fit guns, whereas the Claymore has less damage than a Drake.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that we can take a look at. It's not something that's like that has been on our like really high on our radar for the last like the major update or for this patch, but
yes,
I think that's definitely something that's worth looking at.
Claymore is the T2 Cyclone.
Hi, just sorry, 2 questions. First one, is there any plans to bring Empire Faction Warfare loyalty point stores back into line with Pirate ones in regards to not needing tags to purchase items from those stores?
So this is a big one for those of you who do not know. So the Faction Warfare loyalty point store does require you to have dog tags for a lot of the things that you buy. Those dog tags come from usually the Faction Warfare missions, but any sort of mission or time in which you're killing the enemy rats or killing enemy of that empire. So like if you're in the Galente LP store, you have to get Caldari tags. Now, you know, pirate tags are usually pretty easy to get because people like to kill pirates. But in order to get Caldari tags, you have to kill Caldari, which kills your Caldari standing, right? So that is a big consideration. However, also, this is actually a decent way for people who are getting into faction warfare to start out with their ISK. So, like, for instance, when I'm running medium plexes in faction warfare, you kill a medium rat, the tag in the medium rat is worth like 500,000 skill or 500,000 LP, or sorry, 500,000 ISK by itself. So given the fact that like as a faction warfare pilot, you kind of have to bootstrap your ISK forward because in order to buy things from the LP store, you kind of need to have ISK already. Having these tags also required as part of the circulation does allow people to have like this thing that they get directly from plexing that they can turn into ISK without having to have ISK in order to get that thing, like with the rest of the faction warfare stuff. But at the same time, the Pirate LP store doesn't have these tags because the Pirate LP store is new. Can you farm tags by going to enemy high sec? Technically, you could farm the tags by doing missions that target enemy. Like if you do Galente missions and it happens to target the Caldari, when you kill them, you'll get to Caldari tags. But again, like that's going to rip apart your standings. So a big portion of these tags come from the faction warfare stuff themselves. But there has been this complaint amongst faction warfare pilots that they need to have these tags. It is an extra step and it is a barrier to entry, especially for those people who are, you know, a lot of faction warfare pilots are separated from the main trade hubs, right? Because even if you're not Galente, you're in Lowsec, not in Jita. So, you know, being able to, you can earn the LP, that's fine. You can get ISK, that's fine. But having to have the dog tags often makes it so that buying things from the Faction Warfare LP store is kind of clunky. But as we've just pointed out, it's a bit of an awkward situation because it's one of those things that like anything that helps one person will hurt another. And there's all these dog tags that are already in circulation that only have value because they're needed for the LP stores. So here is
it's definitely a possibility. It's something that we looked at potentially doing in Uprising, but ended up deciding not to for a few reasons.
I don't think so, Jeff.
Which were
I don't think those rats drop
the
dog
tag
tags.
ecosystem and the role they played in mission rewards, especially.
I don't think so.
So
I
it's
could be
definitely
wrong.
possible, but I can't say for sure if we will.
Okay. And second question, are there any changes coming close to this time regarding Navy cruisers, and when are we going to see the exec Navy finally drop from its meme of being the best battle cruiser in EVE?
First point, fuck off, Corvus. So Corvus Onzo, who is a streamer, is a strong Caldari supporter. He's been in the Caldari for a long time. His positions are definitely pro-Caldari in the same way that my positions would be potentially pro-Galente. This is a complaint that I've heard all the time, and it's kind of a resurrected complaint. Like, back when the Galente were doing really, really good in faction warfare, there was this complaint that, like, oh, the VNI is so popular that the Galente can just make all the money that they want because their LP doesn't go down because people need VNIs or whatever. And of course, now that they've redone everything, oh, the ENI is really strong. So that's the reason why the Galente are doing good. Well, first of all, the Galente aren't necessarily doing great right now. And second of all, we just had a question about how oppressive the Ferox Navy issue is. Screw you. The ENI has already been nerfed twice. I cannot believe you would present this question in this dishonest way. Whatever.
Anything you want to say on that? I mean, we don't have anything coming in Legion right away, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, we've nerfed, I think, the extra Navy issue 2 times now. We nerfed it in Revenant, and then we also nerfed it, I think, in the expansion before that. If it's still really powerful, and it's still by far the most used one. So
Where the Galente has something good. We hate that.
Just nerf it again.
Cool. 3 times the charm, by the way, but thank you.
And so just to let everyone know, we're just under 2 minutes left, but we'll keep going until we run out of time.
Hello.
Hello.
If there were a Titan to apply a phenomenon generator effect before he jumps his fleet into a system under those new effects, would that stack override, or how would that work?
So this will stack. I mean, if the phenomenon generator has to be, yeah, it'll stack. It'll, like, their independent effects, they will both apply independently. Nice. Yeah.
So this is an important one, right? Because there's kind of 3 different kinds of boosts. There are standard boosts, like from command ships. There's phenomenon generators, which are special boosts that can only be projected by Titans. And then there is now the weather effects that can be added on by the various different nullsec upgrades. So this is saying that all 3 of those could stack. So you could have the resistance bonuses from your command bursts, you could have the phenomena generator from the Amar to support your armor fleet, and you can have the armor upgrade to get some pretty crazy synergy.
As a pilot passionate about bombing bombers, the changes in the resistance changes coming up are going back on the surgical strike changes. That gave us a benefit to damage. Now resistance is going up. Is there any way to look at us to fire more bombs in a wave, reduce the bomb-on-bomb damage?
Yeah. I think it's a really good point. We've talked.
Mitigator to this question, remember, so these surgical strike changes, the resistance changes that are coming here are not to base resistances. This is only to resistance modules. So it helps ships that specialize, that actually dedicate modules to their tank, be it multi-spectrum resistances or type-specific resistances, which of course, as I've said before, will almost certainly support PvE over PvP, because in PvE you can tank for type specific, and you can get like the really expensive nice X types, and honestly X types for type specific hardeners are often not as expensive as you would expect. I get where they're coming with this, but like this goes back to that interceptor thing too. Like I don't think that the nerf to the resistance modules are going to have like that big of an impact on the PvP meta as much. But maybe. But I think that a bigger one would be like the hit points buffs for capitals, but of course Titans or bombs aren't really known for that. I think chances are the bombs are going to be fine, but as they say, they'll keep an eye on it.
Talked a little bit about making some changes to bombs not too long ago. I think part of the reason that we've held off on making any buffs recently is that we've been kind of focused on trying to make sure the battleships have a really healthy place. But the way these cycles usually work is we buff things and then they end up becoming a bit too dominant and we need something to counter them. And when we need something to counter battleships, I have an idea of what that might be.
So that is actually a really, really great insight about how balancing in a game like EVE works, right? We've talked about this before, where, everything has its own position within the overall ecosystem, right? And part of that position means that for any given strategy, for any given threat or whatever, there has to be a predator, right? So sometimes if something is too strong, you can nerf it to bring it down, right? But sometimes the real solution isn't bringing its power level down, because remember, that thing's power level is balanced for the thing that it's the predator of. Here's an example. Yellowstone National Park, right? Yellowstone National Park had a wolf problem. So, you know, they were afraid. It's a national park. People bring their families there. Wolves are scary. People might get hurt. People did get hurt. And so there's this kind of effort to cleanse Yellowstone National Park of wolves. This was successful. However, the problem is that the wolves were the natural predator of the deer. With the wolves all out of the picture, the deer suddenly exploded in their population. They had no more check on their systems, or on their successes, and so they ended up actually starting to kill a bunch of the trees and other wildlife because more deer eat more plants. So in the end, they actually had to reintroduce wolves into the ecosystem to successfully keep the deer population under control. So the answer wasn't to make deer worse at eating trees. The answer was to introduce wolves that keep the deer under control. So in the same way here, like if battleships are becoming too powerful, you might be incentivized to nerf battleships. But what Fozzie is suggesting is something that is good at destroying battleships, buffing that could actually be a more elegant solution than just nerfing battleships, because maybe battleships are the only thing holding capitals from becoming too oppressive. So then you nerf battleships, and now capitals are exploding, or not exploding. That's the problem. They don't explode because there's nothing to kill them. So, you round and round you go. So what he's saying is that by knowing that bombs are in a decent place right now, but could get buffed if you wanted to, like there's space to buff them, then they can hold that in reserve. So if battleships ever get uppity, they can just buff bombs to counter battleships.
Find you later.
And I think we'll have our last question right here.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of a...
Did you ever see that video where bombers bar insta-kill the dread? No, I didn't.
From the side. Like, as a passionate hauler, I feel like we don't always get the love that other parts of the game get. So I want to ask this question as short as possible. Where's my shiny pirate faction obelisk?
I can answer that question. First of all, you, as a hauler, just got the biggest expansion to your ships as possible with Upwell ships, right? Like, the Upwell ships was a crazy great thing to be given to haulers. But also, like, I've been talking about this for a long time. In fact, I've been talking about this for so long, I used to say Interbus. So now Paragon/Evermore, like, let's say Paragon/Evermore comes out with a new jump freighter, faction jump freighter that can jump to covert ops Sinos. Boom, done. And you know what's funny? This is what I like. There's this moment where, like, the biggest moment of an EVE community or sub community shooting themselves in the foot was in 2020 when they were working on the Sino changes. Before they had industrial Sinos, the original idea was that they were going to add they were going to allow jump freighters to jump to covert ops Sinos. And the jump freighter pilots didn't like that because the idea is that, like, it used to be that everybody could light a Sino. Every ship could light a Sino. Then the Sino changes happened, which limited it to recon ships and black ops ships. And at that time, they freaked out because, you know, having to have these expensive ships light Sinos for them, it becomes like a bigger deal when it comes to jump freighters, right? And so, and also more training. So the eventual response, because they also, like, people complained about, like, Sino light visuals and stuff like that. So they invented the industrial Sino, which can be used by a venture and all this stuff in order to enable that. But jump freighters were this close to being able to jump to covert ops sinos. But nope, they burned that for themselves.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Great idea.
I think we introduced the Upwell ones, but they're kind of specialized. Just like, yeah.
Bourbon, I think that you're referring to the skiff.
A kind of blingier, high-end, but very expensive version of freighters. I think that's a cool opportunity, personally. Like general purpose freighters, not necessarily just specialized. Yeah. So like, no promises, but I love the idea. Yeah.
I would be grateful. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
That is our time.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us.
And that is it for today's stream. It has been 5.5 hours, so I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to stream tomorrow or Monday, but whenever we stream next, we will go over the other stuff. So we'll do probably Vanguard and art panel and any other information that has come out of EVE Fanfest. So today we have covered the Legion keynote and the ship balancing panel, because I feel like those were the ones that were the most impactful for my audience to check out. So the next stream we will be looking at the other pieces like the art panel, Vanguard panel, and other pieces that like may have been talked about outside of that. Last chance, exclamation point, plunder for your chance to win. If you've done it before, you're still in, but now is your chance. I'm going to close the opportunity in less than a minute. Let's double check. Again, I just reopened it from before, so if you've already entered, you should already be in it. There's 38 people in right now. Also, make sure before we do this, make sure to hit like on the stream. It really, really helps. All right, we are closing entry. Now. Any last second people? No? No? Great. We are pulling a winner in 5, 4, 3. This is for the Synesis only, right? Yeah, we have only Synesis left, so we're going to do a Synesis skin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Satan! Satan? That's probably not how to pronounce that name. Satan? Uh-oh. Probably shouldn't have pronounced it that loud or said it like that. Congratulations, X up in chat with your in-game name, and I will get you this Synesis skin. Satan! Satan wins! Is food made from gluten? Okay. Okay, Punch. Okay. Nerd. Thank you for the skins, by the way. Okay, so we're just going to grab this one that wasn't grabbed yesterday and do it again. And boom. Excellent. All right. Whew. So that was it, guys. Fanfest 2025. Lots of cool stuff is coming in 3 weeks, and with more stuff coming later. I really hope that you guys have found value in these streams covering all of the stuff that was talked about with EVE Online for the last 2 days. I've had a lot of fun with you guys. Thank you guys so much. Oh, yeah. This does remind us that we still have the Wrath of Tyrannos event, which is coming on Tuesday. So that means I will stream either tomorrow or Monday to cover Vanguard and stuff, because we are definitely going to have whole new things to talk about on Tuesday, if not before that. So Wrath of Tyrannos stuff is going to be Monday, Tuesday, Vanguard / other FanFest stuff is going to be tomorrow, Monday. Not 100% sure. So make sure that you jump in the Discord and give yourself a flag for YouTube so that way you can get notified when I go live and do stuff and participate with the convocation. Also, if you haven't already, get your free million skill points by using the link down below or in chat. It does support those who support the stream and the convocation appearance. The convocation is recruiting. We have opportunities for people of all skill levels. We are here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online. We do content across space, and you can always come to me with ideas, and I will help you make your ideas possible. But all that said, I have been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. And these are the kind of streams in which you need someone like me to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. I really do confidently believe that there's at least something today that I taught to everyone. Hell, even I learned some stuff today, right? Digging through all of this stuff from FanFest. So that's what we do here. We help us all get better at EVE Online because a better player base makes a better EVE Online. So all that said, thank you guys all for participating, liking, commenting, subscribing, supporting the stream. In fact, I haven't done this in a while, but I do want to especially say a thank you out loud to my Immortal tier sponsors. These might not be all of them. I need to update the list, but just in case, 745 MPSI, Eridanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Elite, Erlidis, Elange, May, Malik Starfire, Mercuton, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, and Rid, and many, many others. Thank you guys so much for checking out the stream, and until next time, I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city